Welcome back, brothers and heretics, to Grimhammer. Tonight we're diving into Lord Lucius Eternal. Before we get to the madness, be sure to like and comment any videos and topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe from the Emperor. I want to thank you guys for the support. I've been killing it. Now, let's get into the madness.
The sword missed Lucius's throat by less than the width of a fingernail. He leaned away from the singing edge, not hurriedly. Not with the graceless desperation of a warrior surprised, but with the languid precision of a courtier avoiding an offered kiss. The blade passed before his scarred face and shaved a single black hair from his scalp. Around the amphitheatre, the Emperor's children roared their approval. Lucius heard disappointment beneath it. They had wanted blood. He smiled. The arena aboard the Diadem had once been a launch bay. Its deck was now hidden beneath fused ceramite, broken breastplates, and rib cages wired together in pale arches. Devotional banners hung from rusted chains, their silks stiff with old blood and machine oil. Some bore the winged insignia of the Third Legion, mutilated almost beyond recognition. Others displayed the serpentine sigils of the Dark Prince, embroidered in hair and tendon. Braziers burned along the walls, fed with rendered fat. Their flames cast feverish colours across the watching legionaries. They stood in uneven ranks upon galleries constructed from ruined tanks and the armoured skulls of boarding craft. Tormentors watched in disciplined silence. Infractors hammered fists against their breastplates. Noise marines swayed to rhythms no unaltered mind could hear. At the arena's edge, mortal slaves knelt with their hands chained behind their backs. Their eyelids had been cut away so they could not refuse the spectacle. Lucius's opponent attacked again. Lord Avaritian had once commanded 3 companies of the Emperor's children. He was taller than Lucius, broader across the shoulders, and clad in baroque plate lacquered the colour of bruised flesh. Gold filigree crawled across his armour like veins. A cloak of human skin hung from his shoulders. Each preserved face stretched thin enough to show the dark musculature beneath. He wielded a 2-handed power sword with the controlled fury of a warrior who had spent centuries imagining this moment. "You are slow," Lucius said. Avaritian answered with a cut aimed at the hip. Lucius could have parried. He did not. He twisted aside, letting the blade strike sparks from the armour over his thigh. The power field scorched a black line across the violet plate. Avaritian followed with a downward stroke powerful enough to split a Terminator helm. Lucius stepped within the weapon's arc. The blade of the layer whispered in his hand. Its alien edge rose beneath Avaritian's guard and stopped against the exposed joint below the challenger's gorget. A clean thrust would have pierced the throat, severed the spine, and ended the duel. Lucius withdrew. Avaritian staggered back. The watching legionaries fell silent. Lucius heard the tiny movements inside their armour, the shift of boots upon iron, the tightening of gauntlets around weapon grips, the minute hiss of stimulants entering ancient bloodstreams. They understood. He could have killed Avaritian. He had chosen not to. "You accused me before my brothers," Lucius said. "You said I endure because a god refuses to release his favourite amusement." Avaritian's helm had been cast in the shape of a weeping face. A grill opened where the mouth should have been, spilling heated breath and the sour reek of combat narcotics. "I spoke truth." "No, you spoke envy." Avaritian charged. His sword described a glittering series of cuts, each one drawn from the duelling traditions of Chemos. Lucius recognized the schools by instinct. The opening feint belonged to the Hall of Sapphire Blades. The reverse stroke had been favoured by Captain Demetrian before Istvan. The low thrust was a corruption of a form taught aboard the Pride of the Emperor. Avarician had collected techniques. He had not understood them. Lucius moved around him, never retreating more than a single pace. He turned aside one blow with the flat of the layer blade, slipped beneath the next, and allowed a third to scrape his pauldron. Avarician's strength was extraordinary. His speed would have seemed impossible to a mortal observer. Every impact cracked the arena floor or sent fragments of ceramite spinning into the galleries. To Lucius, he was a child reciting lessons. "You brace before the killing stroke," Lucius said. Their blades met. "You tense your left shoulder when you feint." Avarician slashed. "You lead with your eyes." Lucius ducked. "You hate me." The challenger's sword came around in a decapitating sweep. Lucius stepped through it. "That is your only admirable quality." The lash of torment uncoiled from his left hand. Its living hooks struck with a wet metallic shriek. Several wrapped around Avarician's sword wrist. Others buried themselves in the soft armor beneath his elbow. Lucius pulled. The arm came away at the joint. Blood erupted across the arena. Avarician stared at the stump. His severed hand remained locked around the sword hilt as both struck the deck. The watching legionaries screamed their approval. Lucius flicked his wrist. The lash darted down, caught the fallen weapon by its crossguard, and snapped it into the air. Avarician turned. Too late. The sword entered through the mouth grill of his helm. The blade smashed teeth, split the tongue, and drove through the back of his skull. Its tip emerged beneath the crest in a spray of bone splinters and grey matter. Avarician remained standing. His remaining hand clawed at the weapon protruding from his face. The power field had deactivated when the grip left his severed hand, allowing the steel to lodge rather than burn cleanly through. Lucius moved close enough to smell the blood bubbling in the challenger's ruined throat. "Do you see the distinction now?" Avarician made a choking sound. "Mercy is what lesser warriors beg from their betters." Lucius placed the tip of the blade of the lair beneath the gorget. "Humiliation is what their betters grant." He cut the first armor seal. The blade moved delicately, almost tenderly. Lucius opened the challenger's breastplate along its joins, carving through locking pins and bundles of fiber muscle without touching the flesh beneath. One plate fell away, then another. Avarician tried to strike him with his remaining fist. Lucius severed 3 fingers and continued working. He opened the abdominal plating. He cut the reinforced body glove. He peeled aside layers of artificial muscle, cabling, devotional parchment, and scarred skin until the meat beneath lay exposed to the brazier's heat. The faces trapped within Lucius's armor awoke. They crowded the plates of his cuirass and greaves, pressing out from the ceramite as though drowning beneath black water. Some laughed, some screamed. Some begged Avarician to kill Lucius, even as the challenger sagged upon his knees. One face, little more than a stretched mouth surrounded by scar tissue, whispered prayers to an emperor who had never heard it in life and would not hear it now. Lucius drove his fingers into Avarician's opened abdomen. The challenger convulsed. Lucius found the warm coils of the intestine and drew them out slowly. They slid across the ruined armor with a steaming wetness, looping over his gauntlet before spilling onto the deck. Avarician looked down. That was important. Lucius wanted him to see. The warrior tried to speak around the sword through his mouth. Blood pulsed down his chin in thick ropes. Lucius opened him farther. A secondary heartbeat beneath the ribs, swollen by stimulants. One lung had collapsed around a shard of bone. The liver was dark with centuries of poisons. bundles of blackened nerves twitched as cold air touched them. Lucius laid each organ upon the arena floor as though arranging pigments upon an artist's palette. The challenger died only when Lucius pinched the primary heart between thumb and forefinger and crushed it. The faces in his armor shrieked with laughter. Lucius rose amid the glistening ruin. "Does any other brother wish to discuss the source of my immortality?" No one answered. Disappointing. Caesar entered the arena, while mortal attendants dragged away what remained of Avarician. The apothecary wore white plate so stained by blood, chemicals and age that only islands of the original colour remained. His reductor was folded against his vambrace. Glass canisters rattled at his belt, some filled with clear fluids, others containing pieces of tissue that moved when exposed to light. He ignored the corpse. "Your left hand." Lucius looked at him. Cesare extended his own gauntlet. "Now." Lucius offered the hand with exaggerated patience. The apothecary removed the gauntlet and examined the flesh beneath. His fingers pressed along old scar lines. He inserted a probe into the wrist and watched runes crawl across a small diagnostic lens. "Your musculature has altered again," Caesar said. "Improved, surely?" "No." Lucius's smile sharpened. Caesar continued before the threat could become action. "The tendons are denser but less elastic. Your neural response is faster along the outer fingers and degraded along the inner two. The tissue beneath the palm did not exist after your last restoration." Lucius looked down. A translucent cord lay beneath the skin, faintly violet, pulsing out of time with either heart. Mutation. Possibly. Regenerative error. Demonic alteration. Residue from the identity that wore your flesh before you returned. Cesare released the hand. "Your body is becoming an archive written by an illiterate god." Several warriors in the galleries hissed at the blasphemy. Lucius laughed. "You make concern sound almost affectionate." "I am concerned for an irreplaceable weapon," Caesar replied. "Do not mistake maintenance for loyalty." The arena doors opened. The composer entered beneath an archway of chained skeletons. His armor was hidden beneath scrolls, cables, chimes, and strips of flayed parchment covered in moving script. No two observers agreed on the shape of his helm. To Lucius, it resembled a smooth violet mask with 6 narrow eye lenses arranged in a spiral. Shadows leaked from the grille and curled around his shoulders. He carried no staff. He required none. The air thickened as he approached. The slaves nearest him began bleeding from the nose. One collapsed in seizure, heels drumming against the deck. "I have found a song without music," the composer said. Lucius flexed his bare hand. "Then it is not a song. It is a challenge." That silenced the last murmurs in the amphitheater. The composer raised one hand. Pale light gathered above his palm and formed a turning sphere of broken images. A moon appeared first, grey and cratered, its surface scarred by continents of war. Then came imperial fleet formations, battleships and grand cruisers firing into darkness. Green beams crossed the void. A cruiser vanished in layers, armor and decks stripped away until its reactor burned naked for an instant before becoming nothing. Images followed in violent succession, trench lines stretching beyond sight, armored regiments advancing through ash storms, Skitari cohorts marching beneath banners of the machine god, labor battalions dragging ammunition through fields of corpses, black structures rising from beneath hive cities, metallic warriors walking from tomb mouths in ranks without end. "An imperial crusade," Caesar said. "A trapped one," replied the composer. "The moon lies near Damnos. It possesses no name that survives in any useful archive. The Mechanicus designated it with a numerical sequence. The Astra Militarum gave it 12 titles, most of them devotional and all of them inaccurate. How many? Sisara asked. Billions upon the surface, more arriving when the fleet can force a corridor through the Xenos vessels, fewer with every passing hour. Lucius watched another Imperial ship come apart. Its compartments opened silently to the void, spilling men and atmosphere in glittering clouds. The composer closed his fingers. The image narrowed. A silver figure stood within a chamber of black stone. Its body shifted as Lucius watched. Arms lengthened, shoulders narrowed. A blade became a spear, then divided into paired swords before flowing together again. The Mechanicus intercepted fragments of Necron transmission, the composer continued. They translated repeated references to a martial construct, a hunter of champions, a thing that studies every opponent and reshapes itself to answer them. Lucius's expression did not change. Inside his armor, the faces began whispering. What is it called? The translations disagree. The title rendered most consistently is the phasing sword. Victories. Many. Defeats? The composer's 6 lenses regarded him. None recorded. Cesar stepped closer to the image. The moon contains functioning phase architecture, perhaps intact dimensional engines. The Imperial landing zones will hold munitions, fuel, replacement armor, slaves and gene seed. We require all of them. Lucius fastened his gauntlet. The fleet requires repairs, Caesar pressed. Our magazines are depleted. 2 escort vessels can no longer translate safely. The mortal decks are operating below sustainable strength. We could raid the supply continents, seize Mechanicus stores, and withdraw before the tomb awakens fully. You have mistaken my interest. I have understood it exactly. Caesar pointed toward the silver figure. You will spend a war band to cross blades with one machine. Lucius descended from the arena platform. His boots crushed Avarician's spilled organs into the deck. One machine that has never been defeated. A claim transmitted by Xenos code and translated by priests who consider ignorance a sacrament. Then I will correct the record. Caesar's mouth tightened. The faultless cannot eat glory. The diadem cannot burn pride in its reactors. No, Lucius said, but both may feast upon what remains after I have taken what I desire. The amphitheater doors boomed open again. Cathodos entered to the sound of distant thunder. The Noise Marine's armor was a monstrous arrangement of amplifiers, resonator plates, stretched skin, and weapon housings. Brass horns curved from his backpack. His helm was crowned by a fan of blades that vibrated with tones below mortal hearing. Every step made the slave's teeth ache. I heard talk of a moon, Cathodos said. His voice emerged from his grill as layered harmony and grinding static. A fortified moon. A dying moon, said the composer. Cathodos turned toward the projected war. I hear defense lasers, he murmured. Slow percussion, artillery in rolling measures, engines beneath the crust beating against their prison. The nearest slave began sobbing. Cathodos leaned down and placed one clawed finger beneath the man's chin. And voices, so many voices. He straightened. Give me the continents, Lucius. I will tune their batteries. I will make the tank columns strike rhythm against the tomb gates. I will teach the dying regiments to sing in one key. The phasing sword must hear it, Lucius said. It will. The Dark Prince as well. Cathodos's vox emitted a sound like an orchestra being strangled. Especially the Dark Prince. Lucius turned to the assembled warriors. The war below is not a campaign, it is an audience. He walked among them, the lash of torment dragging through blood behind him. The Imperium believes its billions are soldiers. The Necrons believe their legions are conquerors. They are mistaken. They are scenery, tank columns, tomb cohorts, burning hives, trench lines and fleets will take their appointed places. He stopped before the image of the silver duelist. And when the stage is perfect, this thing will face me. The diadem translated into reality inside the Imperial defensive envelope. The Empyrean released the vessel like a diseased organ expelled from a wound. Minefields detonated across its prow. Void shields flared violet white. Imperial macro batteries opened fire at near suicidal range, shells hammering the ancient cruiser hard enough to rupture decks and pulp mortal crew against bulkheads. Warning sirens howled. The launch bay split along one wall. Atmosphere screamed into space, carrying hundreds of slaves with it. Others died when ruptured fuel conduits ignited, their bodies becoming black silhouettes inside a flood of flame. A lance beam grazed the hull. Thousands vanished. Their blood flashed into vapor, swept through ventilation systems, and descended upon the embarkation decks as warm red mist. Lucius stood beneath it with his arms spread. Droplets gathered upon his scarred face. "Adequate," he said. Dropcraft waited before him, their hulls trembling as loading servitors locked weapons and ammunition into place. Beyond the armor glass, the nameless moon burned beneath the fleets. A face upon Lucius's breastplate opened its eyes. It was small, ancient, and almost erased by the pressure of newer souls. "The machine will kill you," it whispered. Lucius placed his fingers into its mouth. He pushed until teeth broke beneath his gauntlet. The face screamed, choking upon fragments of itself. "Death," Lucius said, "has never been the same thing as defeat." He withdrew his hand. For one heartbeat, he stood motionless before the burning moon. Then he entered the waiting Dreadclaw. Ciacere watched the moon grow until it swallowed the forward viewing slit. From orbit, it had appeared, diseased, a grey sphere veined with the light of burning continents. From within the Dreadclaw's armoured descent chamber, magnified through the cracked lens of his helm display, it became something far greater and far less comprehensible. There were no clean borders between its wars, no untouched oceans, no peaceful hemisphere hidden beyond the curve of the world. Battle had consumed geography and replaced it with anatomy. Trenches formed black sutures across the plains. Wrecked manufactoria rose like broken teeth from continent-spanning industrial belts. Tank graveyards clogged valleys with the rusting carcasses of Lehman Russ battle tanks, chimeras, manticores, and nameless siege engines dragged from forgotten arsenals. Refugee pits had become mass graves, their earthworks collapsing beneath the weight of the dead. Gun emplacements covered mountain ranges. Hive foundations had split open, vomiting black Necron structures through streets, temples and hab blocks in perfect geometric spears. The sky burned without darkness. Lance fire descended in white pillars, each strike turning kilometers of fortification into glass. Orbital debris dragged burning scars through the atmosphere. Troop transports fell in pieces, their holds opening as they tumbled, spilling tanks, soldiers, and screaming cargo into the cloud decks. High above them, crescent-shaped Necron vessels moved through Imperial formations without engine flare or visible thrust. Green beams touched cruisers and erased them in widening lines, stripping adamantium, decks, and bodies into incandescent dust. Cisare's helm marked the deaths of ships as pulses of failing Vox traffic. He silenced the channel. The mortal dead were too numerous to catalogue, and therefore without value. The Dreadclaw shuddered around him. Its restraint claws tightened across his breastplate. Warning runes spread over the interior walls as the assault craft entered the moon's upper atmosphere at a velocity that would have pulped an unaugmented crew. Across from him, Lucius stood without restraint. He balanced upon the vibrating deck as though upon a dueling pyst, one hand resting against the hilt of the blade of the layer. The lash of torment curled around his vambrace, hooks flexing in anticipation. Blood mist from the diadem's embarkation deck had dried in thin red streaks across his scarred face. His expression held something close to serenity. Around them, the other Dreadclaws descended in what Imperial tacticians would have judged to be madness. They did not form a stable spearhead. They did not shelter beneath an armoured corridor or approach from a dead angle in the planet's defence grid. They plunged from every direction, crossing one another's descent paths, breaking formation and reforming before Auspex cogitators could establish targeting solutions. Storm Eagles screamed through the gaps between them, their engines burning violet. Hell Talons spiraled behind curtains of chaff, ejecting clouds of reflective shards that confused Imperial targeters and shredded the intake systems of pursuing aircraft. Helldrakes folded their brass wings and fell like burning predators, only to open them at the last instant and sweep across interceptor formations with balefire vomiting from their jaws. The sky became a cage of intersecting death. Imperial lightning fighters climbed to meet them. Thunderbolts followed, their autocannons filling the cloud cover with tracer fire. Ground batteries added disciplined layers of flak, missile contrails, and defense laser bursts. The Emperor's children craft wove between them, apparently uncontrolled, each evasive turn forcing the Imperial pilots to cross the firing arcs of their own batteries. One lightning broke from pursuit and climbed. A Necron anti-air beam found it. The fighter did not explode. Its armor vanished first, then the cockpit canopy, then the pilot. For a heartbeat, the man remained seated in empty air, skeleton exposed beneath half-dissolved flesh. Then he became green vapor. Another Imperial squadron swerved away from a pack of Hell Talons and entered the kill zone of an awakening tomb structure. Thin lines of emerald light crossed the sky. Wings, engines and bodies came apart in layers. Caesar approved of the pattern. Recklessness was merely discipline arranged so that lesser minds could not perceive it. The Dreadclaw's interior vox crackled. "Impact in 12 heartbeats," announced the machine spirit. Lucius looked toward the sealed assault hatch. "Too slow." Caesar checked the descent vector. "You altered the target. I improved it." The intended landing zone had been a manufacturing district behind the Imperial artillery line. It offered partial cover, several intact fuel depots, and easy access to the Citadel's lower approaches. The new vector terminated at the Citadel itself, not beside it, through it. The command spire rose from the center of the artillery complex, a stepped tower of ferrocrete and adamantium surrounded by macro-cannon batteries. Its upper chambers held vox relays, fire control cogitators, and the officers responsible for coordinating bombardments across half a continent. Its walls were protected by void shielding. Lucius had chosen it because of that. The Dreadclaw's retros fired. The impact struck Caesar through every organ. Void shields burst in a flash that erased the assault craft's outer Auspex veins. The Dreadclaw punched through the spire's armoured crown, crushing antennae and shrine statues beneath its talons. Ferrocrete exploded around the hull. Internal decks collapsed one after another as the pod drove downward. Cesare heard men dying through the metal. The first deck gave way beneath the craft's weight. Officers and servitors were flattened against the floor before the bulkhead folded over them. The second level sheared apart, throwing cogitator banks, bodies and furniture into a storm of sparks. The Dreadclaw rotated as it fell, its talons tearing open command chambers and dragging screaming personnel beneath the hull. It stopped 6 decks below the tower's crown. The restraint claws released. Lucius was already moving when the assault hatch tore open. The command chamber beyond had ceased to be architecture. Consoles hung from fractured walls by bundles of sparking cable. Hololithic projectors burned in the wreckage. Officers lay beneath collapsed beams, their uniforms blackened and their bodies divided by sheets of fallen armor glass. One colonel remained seated at the central strategium. The Dreadclaw's impact had driven a metal support through his abdomen and into the command throne. Both legs were gone below the knees. He continued issuing orders into a blood-filled Vox mouthpiece. "Redirect the southern batteries," he gasped. "Coordinates follow. Grid helix. Grid helix." Lucius stepped from the pod. The colonel looked up. His eyes widened, but he did not stop speaking. "Hostile breach in command sanctum. All reserve companies converge. Repeat, all reserve companies." The lash of torment crossed the chamber. One hook entered the colonel's eye. Another buried itself beneath his jaw. A third punched through the Vox grill and lodged in his tongue. Lucius flicked his wrist. The officer came apart against the throne. The lash recoiled wetly, carrying scraps of face and brain matter on its barbs. Imperial soldiers poured through the eastern blast doors. They wore charcoal fatigues beneath battered flak plate, faces hidden behind rebreather masks. Their laser guns rose in disciplined unison. A commissar stood behind them in a long black coat, bolt pistol leveled over their shoulders. "Fire!" Red beams filled the command chamber. Lucius moved into them. The lash struck first. Its hooks plunged through eye lenses, throats, and elbow joints. One soldier was jerked sideways into the path of his squad's fire. Lass bolts burned through his chest and exploded from his back in steaming chunks. Another was lifted by the pallet, boots kicking above the deck as the lash tore the roof of his mouth free. Lucius reached the line. The blade of the layer opened armor and bodies with equal ease. A guardsman lost both arms and half his face in a single passing stroke. Another was cut from collarbone to groin, his flak vest folding open as his organs slid between his boots. A third tried to bring his bayonet up. Lucius caught the rifle beneath one arm, broke it, and drove the jagged barrel through the man's throat. The commissar fired. The bolt struck Lucius's pauldron and burst against the ceramite. Lucius turned. The commissar did not retreat. He emptied the pistol while reciting the litany of defiance. By his throne, by his blood, by the sacred charge entrusted. The lash wrapped around his torso. Its hooks punched through coat, carapace plate and flesh. Lucius pulled the commissar close enough that their helms almost touched. "Continue," Lucius said. The commissar spat blood across his face. "Traitor." A poor ending. Lucius twisted his wrist. The lash tightened. Hooks found the spaces between the vertebrae. The commissar arched so violently that both boots left the deck. Then the lash tore backward. His spine came out through his back in a long red chain, still wrapped in twitching nerves. The body collapsed without structure, folding into itself as though suddenly boneless. Cesare stepped over it. His helm display tracked the surviving Imperials, the damage to the chamber, and the biological status of the faultless entering behind him. Tactical information moved in ordered columns across his vision. Lucius had killed 27 men in fewer heartbeats than it took the reserve squad to cross the blast doors. Wasteful, but efficient. Cathodos and the Lucid Circle entered next. Their sonic weapons hummed at frequencies beneath hearing. Blood ran from the noses of the nearest mortal survivors before the noise marines had fired a visible shot. Then the floor trembled. Not from artillery, from below. Caesar detected the shift before the others. A regular pulse moved through the foundations, too exact to be seismic instability. The Citadel's command cogitators flickered. Static became a dry mechanical hiss. Black cracks spread across the western wall. Green light shone through them. The ferrocrete burst inward. Necron warriors emerged from the dust. They came in ranks, tall skeletal forms of corroded metal, carrying gorse flayers across their chests. Their eyes burned with cold emerald light. They did not shout. They did not hesitate at the sight of Lucius or the noise marines. They simply raised their weapons. The first volley crossed the chamber. A guardsman beside Caesar looked down as his lasgun vanished from his hands. The Gauss beam climbed his arms. Flak plate peeled away in glowing particles. Skin followed. Muscles separated into bright strands and streamed from the bone. The man watched his own fingers become white skeleton, then nothing. He screamed until the beam reached his chest and stripped away his lungs. Another soldier lost the left half of his body one layer at a time. Armor became dust, then cloth, then flesh. His exposed heart beat once in open air before green light took it. A tormentor received a gorse strike across the shoulder. Ancient ceramite dissolved in widening rings. The beam ate through his arm and opened the side of his chest, revealing blackened organs and the reinforced cage of his ribs. Caesare caught him before he fell. Remain upright. My arm is no longer relevant. Caesare fired his bolt pistol into the nearest Necron. Mass reactive shells burst against its chest, tearing away strips of living metal. The construct staggered, but did not fall. Lucius laughed. He crossed the chamber during the pause between volleys. Caesare saw what he had identified. The Necrons fired in synchronized sequences. A volley, a minute realignment of weapons, a shared targeting correction, then another volley. Lucius moved during the correction. He did not dodge individual beams. He stepped through the firing cadence itself, occupying spaces that had not yet become targets and abandoning them before the next discharge. The blade of the layer cut through the first warrior's neck. Its head struck the deck. The body continued turning, Gauss Flayer seeking a target. Lucius severed both arms and kicked the torso into the advancing rank. The Necrons shifted to fire around their fallen construct. That hesitation was enough. Lucius struck the control panel beside the western blast doors. The damaged machine spirit refused the command. He drove the layer blade through the panel. The doors descended. One Necron phalanx was split from the next. Two warriors were caught beneath the blast slabs. Adamantium crushed their torsos flat, spraying molten necrodermis across the floor. Lucius turned upon the isolated rank. He shattered limbs before severing command pathways, cutting each construct into pieces small enough to delay reanimation. The lash swept fallen weapons aside and hooked detached heads from the floor, smashing them against walls until their eyes went dark. A warrior's torso began pulling itself together behind him. Lucius stepped backward without looking and drove his sword through its skull. "Predictable," he said. The next volley struck the sealed blast doors. Green light ate through adamantium. Cathodos raised one claw. The lucid circle fired. Sonic blasters did not produce a single report. They released pressure as shape, violence given resonance. The air convulsed. Imperial soldiers still alive in the chamber froze. Their skin remained unbroken for several heartbeats. Then blood poured from their eyes. Eardrums ruptured. Teeth cracked inside closed mouths. Organs tore free of connective tissue. One man remained standing while his liver and intestines collapsed into slurry within him. The liquid remained spilling through the seams of his trousers. Another tried to scream and expelled both lungs in red fragments. The sonic wave struck the Necrons. Metal bodies shivered. Joints broke apart. Gauss flares fractured in their hands. The constructs were hurled back into the wall in tangled heaps. Cathodos tilted his helm as though listening to a distant choir. "The foundation is dissonant," he pointed downward. Blastmasters answered. Their beams struck the Citadel's support columns at precisely altered intervals. Ferrocrete did not explode. It vibrated. Cracks spread through the structure in concentric patterns, widening with every pulse. Caesara felt 3 lower levels begin to fail. "Reserve formations beneath us," he said. Cathodos's grill opened in a metallic smile. "I know." The support columns broke. The lower command decks collapsed onto the Imperial mustering halls. Thousands of soldiers waiting to counterattack were buried beneath descending floors, artillery machinery, and tons of shattered masonry. The impact forced blood and dust through every vent in the chamber. Caesar turned away from the spectacle. The wounded Tormentor lay against the Dreadclaw's hull. His missing arm had taken most of the shoulder and part of the upper chest. Black blood pulsed weakly from ruptured vessels. Caesar knelt beside him. "You will survive. Then repair me." "I am." The reductor extended from Caesar's vambris. He inserted its blades beneath the damaged breastplate and tore the ceramite open. The warrior growled as fractured armor peeled away with strips of flesh attached. Caesar examined the exposed organs. One lung was perforated. The secondary heart remained intact. The primary heart showed arrhythmia from sonic pressure and blood loss. The arm could not be recovered. He activated the Narthesium's bone saw. The Tormentor's growl became a roar. Cesare cut through the shattered shoulder joint, removing the remnants of the limb and the necrotic flesh surrounding it. No anesthetic was administered. Combat narcotics would interfere with the coagulants he intended to use. "You are wasting oxygen," Cesare said. The warrior bit through his own tongue rather than continue screaming. "Better." Cesare sealed the wound with clotting foam, inserted a temporary feed line into the chest cavity, and injected stimulants directly into the surviving heart. The tormentor convulsed, then forced himself upright. "Return to formation." The warrior obeyed. Caesar moved among the dead. A fallen space marine lay near the eastern doors, armor marked by the sigils of an imperial chapter obscured beneath soot. The warrior's skull was gone, but the torso remained largely intact. Valuable. Caesar opened the backplate with his reductor. He cut through fused ribs and removed the progenoid gland from beneath the shoulder. The second gland was damaged beyond use. He placed the viable organ inside an armored canister. Nearby, one of Avarician's former warriors had been bisected by Gauss fire. The upper body still lived. Caesar extracted 3 ampules of combat stimulant from the legionary's injector rig. removed an intact eye, harvested sections of adrenal tissue, and opened the throat to silence the remaining pleas. Around him, the citadel died. Lucius advanced through the western doors as soon as the Gauss beams ate a gap large enough to pass. The noise marines followed, their weapons turning corridors into resonating slaughterhouses. Caesar gathered what the war would otherwise waste: organs, drugs, gene seed, armor couplings, neural cabling, viable glands from traitor and loyalist alike. He did not see the figure among the fallen Necrons. It stood within the smoke at the edge of the chamber, half concealed by bodies whose living metal was already crawling back towards severed limbs. Its proportions changed without sound. The shoulders narrowed, the spine adjusted, one arm lengthened by the width of a hand. The weapon it carried flowed from hooked blade to straight sword, then shortened until its balance matched that of the alien blade in Lucius's grip. Its head turned. It watched Lucius through the ruined blast doors. It recorded the angle of each step, the timing of each flourish, the lash's preference for attacks from beyond the bearer's peripheral vision, the exposed guard Lucius offered whenever he wished to provoke an enemy into committing. Then it vanished into the smoke. Caesar sealed his final canister and followed the advance. The citadel's outer wall had collapsed, opening onto a plaza filled with corpses. Imperial artillery continued firing from distant emplacements. Shells crossed overhead in shrieking arcs. Burning tanks littered the square. Necron warriors moved among them, cutting down the wounded with mechanical indifference. Lucius stood at the breach. Across the plaza, a silver figure stood upon a mound of bodies. It held its blade low, 1 foot forward, shoulders turned, the exact reflection of Lucius's stance. Lucius became still. The artillery barrage descended. Shells struck between them, throwing bodies, stone and armored debris into the air. Lucius ran through the explosions. Shrapnel tore across his plate. A severed torso struck his shoulder and spun away. The lash lashed outward, anchoring itself in wreckage and pulling him forward through the storm. The silver figure did not move. Lucius leapt from the burning hull of a chimera. The blade of the layer swept toward the Necron's throat. For the first time since landing, Lucius's face held no mockery, only hunger. The blade passed through empty air. The Necron dissolved into green distortion an instant before the strike reached it. Lucius landed among the dead. The artillery continued to fall. Caesar watched him stare at the space where the figure had been. Then the faces in Lucius's armor began to laugh. Lucius planned the battle with the care of an artist choosing where to spill his pigments. The shattered command citadel burned behind him, its upper galleries vomiting smoke into a sky already black with ash and orbital wreckage. Imperial artillery hammered the surrounding districts. Necron beams answered from beneath the earth, each emerald flash leaving another avenue stripped of tanks, men, and stone. Across a hololithic projection spread upon the glacis of a ruined bunker, the armies of the moon moved as clouds of coloured light. Lucius ignored the casualty estimates. He studied the places where champions might gather. "The Tormentors will advance through the western Manufactoria," he said. "Not to seize them. Let the Imperials believe the district can be recovered." Caesare stood beside the projection, one gauntlet dark with the fluids of his latest harvest. "They will be attacked from 3 directions. Yes. They will lose warriors. Yes." Caesar regarded him without expression. Lucius smiled. "You repeat yourself." He dragged the point of the blade of the layer across the projection. Static bled around the alien metal. The Tormentors established mobile fire corridors here, and here. They withdraw before the armored center makes contact. Slowly. I want the enemy encouraged. Purple runes shifted. Infractors take the trench networks. Triple combat stimulations. No restraint governors. They will burn through their organs before the engagement is concluded, Caesar said. Then recover whatever remains useful. Lucius marked the command sectors behind the Imperial advance. Flawless blades will hunt officers, honor guards, command tanks, and any warrior vain enough to display heraldry. The lucid circle remains mobile until Cathados identifies the rhythm of the armor columns. Cathados leaned over the hololith. The brass horns rising from his armor vibrated as distant guns fired. Their engines are already chanting, he said. Crude, repetitive, but not without promise. Lucius looked beyond the projection. The Imperium had gathered an army large enough to alter the horizon. Lehman Russ squadrons advanced in ranks through the ruins, their tracks crushing bodies into the mud. Thousands of battle. Tanks moved beneath banners, stained black by smoke and stiffened with dried blood. Their battle cannons fired in rolling sequence, the recoil making the earth tremble like flesh beneath a surgeon's saw. Behind them came the artillery. Basilisks crouched among fortified earthworks, their long barrels elevating before each barrage. Manticores launched storm clusters that separated overhead, descending as fire upon sectors already hidden beneath dust. Medusa siege guns battered manufactorum walls into avalanches of ferrocrete. Bane blades and storm swords led the heaviest formations. They did not maneuver around wreckage. They erased it. Demolisher shells pulverized barricades. Volcano cannons turned entire streets into rivers of molten stone. Super heavy tracks climbed over disabled tanks and mounds of dead infantry, grinding both into a pace that clogged their road wheels. Between the armored columns advanced men in numbers too great for individual identity. Infantry stretched from the citadel ruins to the distant hive foundations. Regiments moved shoulder to shoulder beneath devotional standards, each formation reduced by shell fire and replenished by another behind it. Commissars walked among them with pistols drawn. Priests raised chain blades toward the smoke and screamed promises of martyrdom through amplifiers. The soldiers answered because those who did not were shot. Lucius watched the Continental advance and felt no awe. He felt expectation. Somewhere beyond those columns, the silver figure waited. Somewhere amid the noise, it watched him. "Signal the withdrawal," he said. The Emperor's children abandoned the broken citadel. Imperial observers mistook the movement for collapse. The tormentors fired disciplined bursts as they withdrew through the manufactoria. Bolters hammered into advancing infantry, mass reactive shells bursting inside torsos and throwing limbs across the roadway. Every position was surrendered only after its firing lanes had been saturated with blood. Then the purple armored warriors vanished between the factories. The Imperial center accelerated. Tank companies pushed through the gaps. Infantry flooded into the captured streets. Officers shouted over the vox that the traitors were breaking. Lucius listened to the intercepted transmissions while moving through a drainage trench filled with corpses. Advance by battalion frontage. Armor to maintain contact. Enemy resistance collapsing. By the throne, maintain momentum. He laughed. The Imperium always mistook movement for retreat and sacrifice for weakness. Its commanders had been raised among maps, doctrines, and devotional histories. They believed wars obeyed arrows drawn upon parchment. The first raptor talons descended upon the Imperial Vox stations. They fell from the smoke with jump packs shrieking, boots striking rooftops hard enough to break the bodies beneath them. Chain blades tore through antenna crews. Lightning claws opened command staff from breastbone to pelvis. Vox masts collapsed across bunkers, while officers continued screaming orders into dead channels. The infractors struck the tank trenches moments later. Combat stimulants flooded their altered bodies in quantities that would have liquefied mortal hearts. They ran faster than the turret weapons could track. Several burst blood vessels in their eyes and continued fighting blind, guided by pain and the scent of propellant. One vaulted a trench wall and landed upon a Lehman Russ. He tore open the commander's hatch with both hands, wrenching the locking ring from its mount. The officer inside fired a las pistol into his face. The infractor bit through the weapon and dragged the man out by the skull. Others hurled sonic charges beneath tanks. The devices adhered to hull plates and emitted climbing tones. Ammunition detonated inside otherwise intact vehicles. Turrets launched into the air upon pillars of flame. Crewmen boiled within sealed compartments, their rendered fat spraying from vision slits. The Imperial Center continued forward. It had become too large to stop. Lucius emerged from the drainage trench at the edge of a command redoubt. Loyalist Space Marines held the breach. Their armor had once been blue, though ash and blood had darkened it almost to black. They moved with the economy of disciplined killers, firing in controlled volleys, while mortal troops withdrew through the bunker behind them. At sea, their center stood a champion with a crested helm and a power sword held in both hands. Lucius felt disappointment before the warrior moved. The stance was correct. Too correct. Every angle had been taught. Every foot placement had been repeated in training cages until instinct became obedience. There was no vanity in the posture, no imagination, no willingness to become ugly in order to win. Lucius walked toward him. Bolter fire crossed the breach. The lash of torment moved without command. Its hooks snapped through the air, catching a mass-reactive shell and turning it aside. Another struck Lucius's cuirass and exploded against the screaming faces embedded there. The champion raised his blade. In the Emperor's name, you advance no farther. Lucius glanced toward the bunker entrance. Your brothers are evacuating archives. They are preserving the Crusade's command records. How dutiful. The champion attacked. Lucius parried once. The impact sent sparks across their armor. Good balance, Lucius said. The loyalist cut for his neck. Lucius turned the stroke aside and opened a line across the warrior's vambrace. Rigid shoulders. The champion stepped through the wound and drove a knee toward Lucius's abdomen. Lucius withdrew half a pace. Predictable aggression. The loyalist reversed his grip and stabbed. Lucius twisted. The sword passed beneath his arm. Better! The blade of the layer kissed the champion's breastplate, cutting through the aquila without penetrating the flesh beneath. The loyalist did not answer. Lucius approved of that. Words were often the refuge of warriors unable to make their steel persuasive. Around them, the breach became a slaughterhouse. The lash of torment fought independently, darting between Lucius and the surrounding Space Marines. One hook caught beneath a helmet seal and tore the helm free with the head still inside. Blood jetted from the armored neck and painted the bunker wall. Another coil wrapped around a battle brother's elbow and shoulder. It pulled in opposing directions until the arm tore loose, cables and tendons snapping like harp strings. A sergeant charged with a chainsword held high. The lash pierced his abdomen. Its hooks twisted among his intestines and drew them through the wound in gleaming loops. The weapon lifted him above the battlefield by his own entrails, suspending him while his boots kicked against empty air. A Lehman Russ ground through the breach. The lash released the sergeant. He fell beneath its tracks. Ceramite cracked. The tank lurched, as the warrior's body collapsed under its weight, armor splitting and forcing pulped organs from every joint. Lucius never looked away from the champion. Their swords met again. The loyalist had adjusted. His movements were tighter now, his guard angled to deny Lucius the openings he had already exploited. "Adaptation," Lucius said. "There may be hope for you yet." The champion drove him back with a series of heavy cuts. Lucius allowed it. He could hear the loyalist squad rallying. Bolters changed magazines. Wounded warriors forced themselves upright. The mortals inside the bunker began shouting that their protector was driving the traitor away. Hope entered the breach. Lucius savoured it. The champion feinted high and cut low. Lucius was already moving to evade. Then he stopped. The power sword struck his thigh. Its field bit through armor and flesh, opening a deep wound above the knee. Blood flooded down the greave. The champion withdrew his blade. For the first time, the loyalist spoke with something other than duty in his voice. "You bleed." Lucius looked down at the wound. Then he smiled. The surrounding space marines charged, exactly as he had intended. Lucius stepped inside the champion's guard. The blade of the layer drove through the loyalist's side, passed between his reinforced ribs, and emerged beneath the opposite arm. Lucius lifted him from the ground. Bolters fired. He pivoted, holding the impaled champion across his body. Mass reactive rounds struck loyalist plate. The first burst shattered the champion's backpack. The second punched through his chest from behind. Explosions tore apart both lungs and one heart, throwing blood through the grill of his helm. Lucius advanced behind the dying warrior. The loyalists hesitated. That was their final mistake. He drove their champion into them. The layer blade passed through the first Space Marine's gorget and into the next warrior's mouth. 3 armored bodies became locked upon the same length of alien steel. Lucius tore the weapon free sideways. Helms split. Faces opened. Teeth, bone and brain matter sprayed across the bunker entrance. The lash descended among the survivors. One warrior lost both legs at the knee. Another was dragged face first across broken masonry until the frontal plate of his helm wore away and his exposed features followed. A third raised his bolter only for the lash to enter through the muzzle, burst from the magazine well and coil around his wrist. The weapon detonated in his hands. Lucius reached the last loyalist. The Space Marine's abdomen had been opened by a hook. He pressed one hand against the wound, trying to hold his organs inside. "Finish it," he said. Lucius considered him. No. He cut the warrior's remaining hand away and left him kneeling amid the corpses. Across the battlefield, Cathados began his composition. The lucid circle took position upon the upper gantries of a ruined refinery. Their blastmasters pointed toward a company of Baneblades advancing through the industrial basin below. Cathados listened, not to the guns, to the engines. Each super-heavy tank produced its own vibration through the earth. Reactor housings, drive assemblies, track links and ammunition hoists formed a layered mechanical pulse. Imperfect, powerful, waiting to be corrected. Cathados raised both arms. The lucid circle fired in sequence. The first sonic discharge made the lead Baneblade shudder. The second passed through its armor without leaving a mark. Inside, the crewman's teeth shattered. The third struck the frequency of the engine mountings. Bolts tore free. Pistons warped. The massive engine slammed against its housing, crushing 2 crewmen into the bulkhead. The fourth note entered the crew compartment. Men burst within their uniforms. Blood and liquefied organs sprayed from vision blocks, exhaust ports and weapon apertures. The tank continued rolling for several seconds, crewless, before turning into the path of the storm sword beside it. The super-heavy vehicles collided. Tracks climbed over tracks. One hull tilted, exposing its undercarriage. A ruptured fuel line ignited. Flames raced through the interior and reached the ammunition stores. The explosion lifted both tanks from the ground. Turrets, armor plates, and pieces of crew fell across the basin. The remaining Baneblades tried to disperse. Cathodos altered the rhythm. Blastmaster fire rippled through them. Crew compartments became resonating chambers. Men were reduced to fluid inside intact armor. One tank drove blindly into a trench filled with Imperial infantry. Another rammed the side of a command vehicle before its magazine cooked off and turned the surrounding formation into a storm of metal fragments and burning flesh. Lucius heard Cathodos's laughter through the vox. Then the ground broke. The Imperial artillery had been firing without pause for hours. Basilisk shells and manticore warheads had hammered the same fault lines until the moon's crust could bear no more. A fracture opened across the battlefield. It began as a black line beneath the advancing tanks. Then it widened. Lehman Russ vehicles slid sideways into the chasm. Infantry vanished by companies, their screams swallowed as kilometers of earth collapsed beneath them. Manufacturum towers leaned, broke, and disappeared into the darkness. Something rose from below. A monolith emerged through the falling debris. Its black surfaces were untouched by soil or age. Green light burned along its edges. The immense construct ascended into a tank formation, crushing vehicles beneath its lower hull. Living metal folded around impacts that would have destroyed an Imperial fortress. Its portal ignited. Necron warriors marched through. Rank after rank emerged into the fire. Gorse flayers held across their chests. They advanced over wrecked armor and broken men without altering pace. More monoliths rose across the horizon, each one disgorging silent phalanxes. Imperial guns turned toward them. The battle line dissolved. Lucius climbed a mound of corpses to see farther. At its base lay a guardsman officer divided through the sternum. The wound was impossibly precise, passing through carapace armor, bone and organs in a single, perfect plane. Farther up the mound, a flawless blade had been bisected through both hearts. His two halves lay aligned as though arranged for study. Near the summit rested a Lichguard commander. Its body had been separated into equal portions from crown to pelvis. Living metal tried to reconnect across the cut, but the division was so exact that each half mirrored the other's attempts. Lucius crouched beside it. The same weapon had made all 3 wounds. The same hand. The phasing sword was not avoiding him. It was leaving a trail. The moon split again. From the height of the corpse mound, Lucius watched black avenues rise through the battlefield. Geometric vaults unfolded beneath ruined cities. Towers emerged from the depths while entire regiments slid screaming from their foundations. The fractures spread beyond the horizon. They were large enough to be seen from orbit. Below the broken crust, millions of green lights awakened, not stars, eyes. Lucius stood upon the mountain of dead men with the blade of the layer in one hand and the lash of torment writhing in the other. Around him, empires bled into the opening tomb. He threw back his head and laughed. At last, the war was becoming worthy of him. The phasing sword did not hear the battle. Sound reached its receptors as pressure variation, vibration, and structural resonance. Artillery became intersecting waveforms. The thunder of engines resolved into predictable mechanical cycles. The screams of organics registered as inefficient expulsions of atmosphere through damaged respiratory structures. It did not see the battle as mortals saw it. There was no splendor in the burning horizon. No terror in the rising monoliths, no majesty in the orbital lance strikes descending through the poisoned cloud layer. There were only vectors. Thermal blooms marked active weapons and ruptured reactors. Trajectory paths formed and vanished across its perception. The movements of soldiers separated into probabilities, each body revealing its next action through muscular contraction, shifts in balance, and involuntary changes in posture. Organic life announced violence before committing it. A guardsman tightened the tendons of his forearm before pulling a trigger. A space marine lowered one shoulder before charging. An Emperor's Children warrior tilted his helm toward the victim he intended to mutilate. Even Lucius betrayed himself. His movements were faster than almost every organic combatant the phasing sword had analyzed. His body possessed redundant organs, reinforced bones and nerve pathways altered beyond the human template. Chemical compounds entered his bloodstream in carefully arranged sequences, increasing reaction speed, muting pain, and forcing damaged muscles beyond sustainable limits. Yet he remained flesh. Flesh anticipated. Flesh desired. Desire was measurable. The phasing sword stood within the shadow of a newly risen monolith and watched the armies destroy one another. A command impulse moved through the tomb network. It arrived without sound, entering the distributed lattice beneath the battlefield and passing through every awakened construct. Exterminate all intruders. Secure the surface conduits. Protect the royal vaults. Restore dynastic dominion. The phasing sword acknowledged the directive. It did not obey immediately. Around it, Necron warriors advanced in phalanxes so exact that their footfalls struck as one. Gauss flares rose in unison. Emerald fire passed through the Imperial center and stripped away the first ranks of infantry. Men vanished by the thousand. The beams peeled them apart in ordered layers. Flak armor became incandescent fragments. Uniforms unraveled into ash. Skin separated from muscle. Muscle burned from bone. Skeletons stood for fractions of a second before they too became luminous dust. The survivors continued forward because officers behind them demanded it. Those officers died next. Immortals emerged through the monolith's portal. Their heavier frames moved with greater speed and independence, targeting Imperial armor instead of flesh. Gauss blasters fired in disciplined sequence. A Lehman Russ lost its frontal glacis. The armor did not rupture, it ceased to exist. The driver was exposed within the hull, hands still fixed to the controls. The second volley removed his arms and chest. The third passed through the engine block and left the tank motionless, its internal mechanisms unraveled into glowing mist. 3 more battle tanks attempted to turn away. The Immortals adjusted their weapons. Tracks dissolved. Hulls struck the ground. Turrets rotated helplessly, while Necron warriors passed them without interest. Canoptech constructs erupted from beneath the Imperial trenches. Wraiths rose through soil and ferrocrete as though both were vapor. Their bladed limbs became solid inside packed infantry formations. Men were cut apart from within before understanding that the enemy had reached them. One construct passed through a bunker wall, emerged inside a command chamber, and rotated its body. Blades swept through officers, vox servitors, and tactical adepts, dividing the room into sections of meat and wreckage. Scarabs followed. They moved in metallic clouds over wrecked vehicles. Their mandibles reduced plasteel, ceramite, and flesh to component matter. A chimera disappeared beneath them. Armor became flakes. Tracks became streams of particles. The crew escaped through the rear hatch, only to find scarabs already feeding upon their boots. The first man fell when his legs ended at the shin. The swarm climbed him. He remained conscious as his hands were reduced to bone, then to nothing. His mouth opened in a scream that ended when the machines consumed his jaw. The phasing sword assigned the event no importance. Conventional slaughter was maintenance. The destruction of infantry, armor, and fortifications required minimal adaptation. Imperial battle doctrine repeated itself at every scale. Fire, advance, consolidate, die, reinforce, repeat. The traitors were less predictable, but only marginally. They mistook appetite for freedom. The phasing sword observed Lucius from across the fractured plain. The scarred warrior stood upon a mound of Imperial dead, issuing commands over the Vox, while Gauss fire swept around him. His legionaries responded with varying degrees of discipline. Some obeyed because they feared him, others because they desired the same prey. Several moved only after being threatened. Lucius pointed toward the fallen Necrons. Do not leave them intact. Cathodos, break them until even their ghosts forget the shape they wore. The Noise Marines answered. Blast masters fired into the bodies of damaged warriors. Sonic pressure struck Necrodermis at frequencies calculated by altered senses rather than cogitators. Metal torsos fractured. Heads burst into liquid silver. Detached limbs broke apart into molten fragments before resurrection protocols could draw them together. The phasing sword revised its assessment. Lucius understood reanimation after witnessing it only briefly. Noteworthy. Infractors surged behind the sonic barrage. Stimulant injectors hammered compounds into their bodies. Their hearts accelerated. Blood vessels ruptured in their eyes. Foam gathered at their mouths and leaked through helm grills. They fell upon damaged Necrons with chain blades, power mauls, and bare hands. One seized a warrior by the skull and tore the head from its neck. He stamped upon it until the metal collapsed. Another hacked a reassembling torso into strips, laughing as the pieces crawled toward one another. A third drove both arms into a fallen immortal's ribcage and pulled outward. Living metal opened. The Necron's body attempted to repair the damage around the warrior's gauntlets. Necrodermis flowed across his vambraces and began sealing them inside the torso. The infractor laughed harder. A gorse beam removed him from the waist upward. His legs remained standing for a heartbeat before falling. The phasing sword followed the beam to its origin. The Necron line advanced. The faultless died faster now. Tormentors fired controlled bolter volleys while withdrawing between shattered tank hulls. Mass reactive shells struck warriors and detonated within their frames, but resurrection protocols repaired all except the most extensive damage. Gauss fire answered. A traitor legionary lost his weapon hand, then his arm, then the entire left side of his torso in 3 successive pulses. His secondary heart became visible through the dissolving rib cage before vanishing. The remaining half of his body collapsed beside his bolter. Another warrior raised a chain axe and charged. Green light passed through him. His armor disappeared in expanding rings. Violet ceramite became dust. Black carapace peeled from the muscle beneath. His face remained visible inside the vanishing helm, mouth open in fury, until the beam removed his jaw and skull. Only his weapon reached the ground intact. Teeth scattered beside it. The apothecary Caesar moved between the dead, attempting to recover progenoid glands before the gas beams erased them. His reductor entered one fallen legionary's neck. The gland came free inside a blood-darkened claw. The body vanished an instant later. Caesar's gauntlet lost 2 fingers to the same discharge. He looked at the damage, sealed the canister, and continued working. The phasing sword categorized him as resource-oriented, potentially dangerous, not worthy. Lucius watched his warriors die and altered the formation. Cultists were driven forward. They came in waves from the ruins, mortal bodies clothed in rags, scavenged armor and devotional piercings. Some carried autoguns, others bore blades, explosive charges, or nothing except chemical courage. Overseers fired into their backs until they charged. The Necron phalanxes raised their weapons. Lucius did not watch the cultists. He watched the firing line. The first volley cut thousands apart. Bodies came undone beneath green light. Men who had survived bombardments, starvation and years of enslavement became drifting matter before taking a dozen steps. The second wave continued over the remains. The warriors fired again. Lucius marked the cadence with movements of his sword. Volley, realignment, target correction, volley. He sent the flawless blades through the intervals. They crossed the killing ground while the Necrons adjusted. Bliss blades and power swords opened metallic bodies at the joints. Warriors fell in pieces. Immortals turned to respond and expose the flank of the phalanx. Tormentors fired into it. Cathodos's sonic weapons followed. The formation broke. The remaining cultists tried to retreat. Many were wounded. Some crawled with their lower bodies gone. Others dragged burned limbs behind them, calling to the Emperor's children for aid. A demon engine moved from the ruins. It had once resembled a tank. Now brass limbs supported a hull of flesh and armor plate. Its furnace mouth opened beneath a crown of rusted horns. The wounded cultists screamed as it approached. Lucius gestured toward them. "Feed it." The creature lowered its maw. A man with both legs stripped to bone tried to pull himself away. The demon engine caught him beneath one claw and dragged him backward. His fingernails tore free against the ground. Then the furnace mouth closed around his hips. His body folded. Bones broke with a sequence of wet cracks. The engine swallowed him while he was still screaming. Others disappeared after him. Flesh burned inside the demon's furnace. Their deaths became heat, pressure, and motion. One of Lucius's lieutenants raised his bolter toward the wounded, intending to grant a quicker end. Lucius struck the weapon aside. "Do not waste ammunition on mercy." The lieutenant bowed. The phasing sword recorded the exchange. Cruelty served multiple functions for Lucius: discipline, spectacle, provocation. He desired observers, especially enemies. He exposed himself when attention shifted away from him. He prolonged engagements when a swift conclusion would deny him recognition. A vulnerability. Dimensional fractures opened across the battlefield. The phasing sword detected them before visible light formed. Local geometry weakened. Tomb pathways intersected the surface. Flayed ones descended. They entered reality in crouched shapes, long claws touching the ground before the rest of their bodies emerged. Strips of human skin hung from their shoulders and torsos. Some wore faces stretched across metal skulls. Others had wrapped themselves in wet hides torn from soldiers only moments earlier. Steam rose where fresh blood touched necrodermis. They attacked every living thing nearby. One opened a guardsman from groin to throat. Its claws parted flak armor, pelvis, abdomen and ribcage in a single rising movement. Organs spilled around the man's boots as the flayed one pressed its metal face into the cavity. Another seized a cultist by the shoulders and pulled him apart. The spine tore loose from one half of the body. Intestines stretched between the separated pieces until the weight broke them. A flayed one leapt upon an infractor. The traitor caught it in both hands. They rolled through blood and wreckage. Another. Metal claws opened the infractor's abdomen. He responded by biting into the Necron's throat and ripping away a strip of necrodermis. Lucius watched the flayed ones work. His expression showed contempt. "Clumsy," he said. "They mistake mutilation for artistry." The phasing sword stepped from the monolith's shadow. Lucius saw it. His posture changed before his head turned. Weight shifted to the forward foot. The sword angled outward. The lash of torment loosened around his arm. The phasing sword advanced. The armies continued killing around them. An Imperial shell struck nearby and threw a column of soil, armor fragments and body parts into the air. Neither altered pace. Lucius smiled. "You took your time." The phasing sword analyzed the vocalization. No tactical value. "Do you speak?" The phasing sword continued forward. Lucius drew the blade of the lair across his own palm. Blood darkened the alien edge. Good. Words would only burden what promises to be a brief disappointment. The lash attacked. It moved faster than most projectile weapons at close range. Living hooks spread to catch limbs, weapon and throat simultaneously. The phasing sword changed state. Metal became distortion. The hooks passed through its body without contact. Lucius's eyes widened. The reaction lasted less than a heartbeat. The phasing sword became solid inside the lash's reach. Its weapon extended during the thrust. The short blade flowed forward, lengthening by half an arm until the point crossed the distance Lucius had calculated as safe. It struck his cuirass. The edge passed through the screaming faces, through ceramite and into flesh. The cut ran from shoulder to sternum. Blood erupted across violet armor. Lucius withdrew before the weapon reached either heart. His sword answered. The blade of the layer entered the phasing sword's shoulder and cut downward. Necrodermis separated. One arm fell, still gripping the altered blade. Lucius laughed. The phasing sword stepped back. Living metal flowed across the severed joint. Silver strands reached toward the fallen limb. Lucius kicked it away. "Oh, you are magnificent." The phasing sword formed a new weapon from its remaining arm. Lucius attacked. His first cut targeted the neck. The second reversed toward the abdomen. The lash struck low, seeking to anchor one leg while the sword occupied the upper guard. The phasing sword phased through the lash. It parried the layer blade. The alien weapons met. Contact produced a burst of energies not contained by either material. The air cracked. Nearby corpses ignited. A flayed one caught within the discharge came apart in molten fragments. Lucius rotated his wrist, attempting to bind the phasing sword's weapon. The Necron shortened its blade during the movement. The bind failed. Its elbow reversed. The weapon lengthened again and passed beneath Lucius's guard. He twisted aside. The edge shaved armor from his ribs. Lucius drove his forehead into the Necron's face. Metal dented. He followed with a thrust toward the damaged shoulder. The phasing sword allowed the point to enter, then changed the density of its body. Necrodermis closed around the blade of the layer. Lucius pulled. The weapon remained trapped. The lash struck for the Necron's head. The phasing sword released the blade and phased backward. The hooks passed through its skull. Lucius tore his sword free as the construct became solid beyond reach. The phasing sword recalculated. Lucius's speed exceeded its opening assessment. His pain response was inverted. Injury increased aggression and reduced caution. His paired weapons functioned with partial independence. The lash did not always require conscious direction. He was worthy of continued analysis. The Tomb Network issued another command. Royal vault breach detected. Hostile penetration below the western conduit. Immediate recall. The phasing sword resisted. The directive repeated with overriding authority. Protect the inner vault. Lucius attacked again. The phasing sword phased from reality. The blade of the layer crossed through the distortion where its throat had been. The phasing sword entered the subterranean pathway. Behind it, Lucius roared, not in pain, in refusal. He drove through the Necron line in pursuit. The layer blade removed heads and arms. The lash tore warriors into one another. A cultist stumbled across his path, trying to escape the flayed ones. Lucius cut him in half without slowing. Another mortal reached toward him for protection. The lash entered the man's mouth and ripped him aside. Warriors closed around the entrance to the tomb passage. Lucius hacked them down. He kicked reassembling bodies into the chasm. He tore one immortal's weapon free and used it as a club until the construct's skull collapsed. The passage sealed. Blackstone rose between them. The phasing sword continued toward the royal vault. Its final visual record before the barrier closed showed Lucius standing amid Necron fragments and human remains, blood running across his chest. The wound was shallow. No organs had been compromised. His combat efficiency remained above acceptable limits. Yet Lucius looked down at the cut as though something precious had been taken from him. A face embedded in his cuirass began to laugh. It had once belonged to an armored warrior. The features were compressed by the plates around it, but the mouth remained wide enough to display broken teeth. "It touched you first," the face whispered. Lucius stared at it. The laughter grew louder. "First blood, not yours, not yours." Lucius drove the blade of the layer into the face. The point entered through its mouth and burst from the armor beneath. The trapped soul screamed. Lucius pulled the blade free and stabbed again. Teeth shattered, lips split. The features collapsed into wet ruin before reforming around the weapon. Each time the face returned, it continued laughing. He stabbed until the surrounding armor was slick with blood that belonged to no living body. Across the sealed Blackstone, beyond the reach of his sword and wrath, the phasing sword recorded the outcome. Initial contact complete. Enemy pattern incomplete. Humiliation response confirmed. Ordinary battle had failed to summon the Silver Swordsman. Lucius regarded that failure as an insult. The nameless moon had already swallowed armies. Continents burned beneath orbital fire. The Imperium fed regiment after regiment into the awakening tombs, while Necron phalanxes rose from beneath the dead and marched through artillery storms without haste or fear. The Faultless had torn open command citadels, broken armored spearheads, and left highways paved in corpses. Still, the phasing sword denied him. It had appeared only long enough to draw first blood and vanish. The shallow wound across Lucius's cuirass had sealed. The scar beneath it had not formed in the shape Caesar expected. It ran crookedly across his chest, dividing older wounds and disappearing beneath the screaming faces embedded in his armor. Lucius felt it whenever the faces laughed. He stood upon the rim of an exposed basin while prisoners were driven into position below. Tens of thousands filled the depression. Astra Militarum infantry, artillery crews, engine seers, naval armsmen pulled from shattered landers, labor battalions still wearing restraint collars, wounded officers dragged from command vehicles, Skitari with their weapons removed and their mechanical limbs chained to the flesh of ordinary men. The Emperor's children had captured them across 3 days of fighting. Lucius had forbidden executions. That order had angered the infractors more than any demand for restraint. Several had killed prisoners despite it. Lucius had opened those warriors from throat to groin and displayed their organs above the entrances to the holding pens. Disobedience was an imperfection. Imperfection required correction. The surviving prisoners were chained together in lines stretching across the basin. Viewed from the rim, the pattern resembled the ancient winged sigil of the Third Legion, the proud emblem once carried into battle beneath the Emperor's gaze. The wings were made from soldiers. The hooked talon was formed from officers and priests. At the center, chained bodies traced the shape of the Legion's old designation, the Third. Lucius admired the arrangement. "It lacks color," he said. Caesar stood beside him. Blood marked the apothecary's white armor from gauntlet to shoulder. "They will provide it." Below, overseers hammered iron stakes through wrists and ankles, fixing the outermost prisoners to the ground. Those farther within the pattern were joined throat to throat by collars linked with short lengths of chain. A man could stand. He could kneel. He could not turn away. "That colonel is misplaced," Lucius said. One of the tormentors followed his gaze. The colonel had been chained among common infantry near the lower curve of the talon. "Move him to the eye of the wing," Lucius ordered. "Rank should have meaning, even here." The tormentor descended into the basin. The colonel resisted when the warrior unlocked his collar. He shouted an oath to the Emperor and tried to bite the legionary's hand. The tormentor broke both his legs and carried him to the appointed position. Lucius watched without pleasure. The act was functional rather than elegant. Behind him, the composer stood within a circle of severed vox aerials, astropathic reliquaries, and mechanicus data cores. Cables trailed from his armor into machines stripped from imperial command posts. Human tongues had been nailed around each terminal, their tips connected by silver wire. The tongues moved when the machines received a signal. "Begin," Lucius said. The composer raised his hands. Every active vox network across the basin changed. Imperial officers attempting to coordinate the approaching counterattack heard breathing instead of orders. Thousands of breaths, some rapid with panic, others shallow from blood loss, others reduced to wet bubbling where chains had cut into throats. The sound spread through tactical channels, artillery bands, tank command frequencies and fleet relays. Regimental commanders screamed for communications discipline. Tech priests invoked machine spirits and cut corrupted circuits from their own consoles. The breathing remained. Then came heartbeats. Tens of thousands of hearts pulsed through the vox in overlapping rhythms. The noise rolled across the Imperial network like distant artillery, irregular and frightened. Prayers followed. The captives in the basin had not chosen to speak. The composer drew the words from them. Their mouths opened. Voices emerged in unison. They recited the litany of protection, the canticle of the faithful, fragments of regimental oaths, pleas to saints whose names had been erased from the moon's archives centuries earlier. Men who had lost their tongues prayed through the vox. Men already dead continued whispering. The infection entered the Necron command lattice. The black structures surrounding the basin awakened. Emerald sigils burned beneath their surfaces. Tomb protocols attempted to reject the intrusion, but the composer had hidden warp-born harmonics inside the prisoners' pulse rhythms. The contamination was not data. It was suffering translated into pattern. The tomb intelligence registered it as invasion, blasphemy, and structural corruption. The earth trembled. Lucius smiled. Now it is listening. Cathodos descended into the basin with the lucid circle. The noise marines took positions around the chained formation. Their armor carried horns, amplifier vanes, and stretched membranes made from the skins of dead choristers. Blastmasters rested against their shoulders. Sonic blasters hummed with restrained appetite. Cathados knelt and pressed one claw against the ground. He remained motionless while artillery flashed along the horizon. Lucius knew he was listening through the rock. The moon possessed layers, old seas buried beneath stone, manufacturum foundations, tunnels cut by generations of miners, blackstone vaults older than mankind. Every stratum carried vibration differently. Cathados found the frequency he desired. He rose. "The world has a cracked voice," he said. "Then teach it to scream," Lucius replied. The lucid circle fired into the ground. No projectile left their weapons. The basin floor convulsed. A pressure wave passed through the chained prisoners. Men jerked against their restraints. Some cried out. Others merely looked confused. The second discharge entered the deeper strata. The ground answered. Sound traveled outward through buried stone, using the moon itself as a resonating chamber. Imperial tanks kilometers away began vibrating upon their tracks. Vision blocks rattled. Teeth loosened in crewmen's mouths. Cathados altered the pitch. A Lehman Russ commander collapsed inside his turret as both eyes burst. His gunner tried to reach him and vomited a dark clot containing pieces of lung. In a distant chimera column, men hammered upon sealed hatches while blood poured from their ears. Drivers convulsed against controls. Vehicles collided and overturned into trench lines. The prisoners in the basin moved together. Their backs arched. Thousands vomited blood in the same heartbeat. The fluid ran down uniforms, flak armor, and naked chests. It pooled within the lines of the ancient sigil, coloring the pattern from within. Lucius extended his arms. Better. Imperial artillery opened fire. The counterattack came from the eastern ridge. Lehman Russ companies descended through the ruins behind a curtain of basilisk shells. Chimeras followed, their hulls crowded with infantry. Hellhounds moved along the flanks, inferno cannons vomiting sheets of burning promethium across the faultless positions. Super-heavy tanks advanced at the center. A Stormlord crushed through the remains of a manufacturum wall. Baneblades followed it, battle cannons firing into the basin's outer fortifications. Their shells hurled traitor legionaries into the air in pieces. Lucius had left one corridor open. It led directly toward the prisoners. Imperial commanders saw an unprotected approach to the captives and committed their armor. They believed the chained soldiers could still be rescued. Hope was such an obedient weapon. "Hold the western line," Caesar said over the vox. "Allow the center to penetrate. Do not engage the lead vehicles." The tormentors obeyed. They withdrew from the open corridor, while firing into the infantry formations on either side. Bolter shells burst inside flak-armored bodies. Men fell in ranks, torsos blown open, only to be trampled by those behind. The Imperial armor entered the basin. Lucius waited until the lead baneblade passed the first marker. He lowered the blade of the layer. Hidden tormentors rose from beneath camouflage shrouds along both flanks. Lascannons struck side armor. Melter weapons burned through tracks and engine housings. Noise marines fired into ammunition transports, turning fuel bowsers into rolling spheres of flame. The Imperial column compressed. Vehicles behind continued advancing while those ahead slowed. Then the ground opened beneath the center. Necron warriors rose from black portals. They emerged between tank tracks, beneath infantry carriers, and inside formations packed too tightly to maneuver. Gauss fire stripped armor from the lower hulls. Scarabs poured through the breaches and consumed crew compartments from within. The basin became a mechanical slaughterhouse. Tanks ground men into the mud, while attempting to reverse. Tracks pulled bodies beneath hulls and expelled them as flattened lengths of red meat. Gauss beams crossed the formation, disassembling vehicles layer by layer. Sonic pulses struck exposed infantry and turned muscle into trembling pulp beneath unbroken skin. Artillery shells landed among all three armies. One barrage lifted an entire platoon into the air. Bodies came down in pieces. Helmets, rifles, and severed limbs struck the basin floor like rain. A sheet of human skin caught upon Lucius's pauldron and hung there, steaming. He left it in place. The lead baneblade fired its demolisher cannon toward him. Lucius ran before the weapon discharged. The shell struck behind him and erased a section of earth crowded with cultists. Their bodies became red vapor and fragments of bone small enough to pass through armor seals. Lucius leapt onto the Baneblade's glacis. Heavy bolters turned toward him. The lash of torment entered one barrel and tore the weapon from its mounting. Lucius severed the second with the blade of the layer. He crossed the moving hull while lass fire struck around his boots. A commander emerged from the cupola with a power sword raised. Lucius cut the blade in half. The lash wrapped around the man's neck and dragged him from the hatch. His head struck the turret hard enough to split the skull beneath his helmet. Lucius released him beneath the tracks. He jumped to the next super heavy before the body vanished under the grinding machine. The Stormlord's Vulcan megabolter rotated toward him. Lucius ran along its barrel as the weapon began to fire. Shells screamed beneath his boots. He reached the turret, severed an Auspex array, and drove the layer blade through the weapon housing. Internal mechanisms shrieked. The rotating barrels tore themselves apart, spraying fragments across the infantry below. The commander's hatch locked. Lucius sent the lash through the vision slit. Hooks found flesh inside. He pulled. A scream echoed through the armor. The hatch opened the width of a hand. The commander's helmet appeared in the gap. His shoulders struck the locking rim and stopped. Lucius pulled harder. The man's torso emerged halfway. His shoulders broke. One arm came free of its socket and remained inside the tank. Armor plates peeled from his chest. The commander screamed until the lash's hooks shifted beneath his spine. His lower body stayed trapped within the compartment. His upper body stretched across the turret. Lucius leaned close. "You should have chosen a wider exit." He pulled again. The commander divided at the waist. His torso came free in a flood of organs and torn intestine. The legs remained inside the tank, kicking against unseen crewmen. Lucius cast the upper half into the advancing infantry. Then reality opened. The prisoner's terror had ripened. The basin contained everything the composer required. Panic without escape. Pain multiplied through tens of thousands of minds. Hatred from three armies. The despair of soldiers hearing their own prayers used as weapons. The composer thrust both hands into the air. The Vox network screamed. A fissure appeared above the ancient sigil. It was not darkness. Darkness belonged to the material universe. This was color without light, depth without distance. Hunger granted an opening into flesh. The first demonette stepped through. Its limbs were slender and inhumanly jointed. One hand ended in a claw broad enough to divide a man at the waist. Its face possessed a beauty that became repulsive when examined and irresistible when ignored. More followed. They descended among the prisoners. Claws opened throats and abdomens. Chains snapped as captives were pulled apart. Demonettes danced over the pattern, laughing while blood sprayed across their pale flesh. Fiends bounded through the fissure behind them. They struck the wounded first. One impaled a guardsman upon a barbed limb and shook him until his organs fell from the wound. Another plunged its feeding appendage through a tank commander's eye and drank the contents of his skull. Imperial soldiers broke formation. Necron warriors turned their gorse flayers upon the demons. The faultless charged into both. The planned encirclement became a feeding frenzy. Lucius stood atop the Stormlord and searched the slaughter for silver. He saw it upon the western ridge. The phasing sword watched from between two black pillars. It did not advance. It did not challenge him. It observed. Lucius raised the blade of the layer in salute. The Necron remained motionless. Around Lucius, warriors died. The Tormentor's western line began to fail. A flawless blade called for reinforcement. Cathados demanded protection for the Lucid Circle as Necron immortals advanced upon their position. Lucius ignored them all. He jumped from the Stormlord and moved toward the ridge. The phasing sword vanished. Lucius stopped. The laughter from his armor grew louder. Caesare found him beside the burning remains of a chimera. "You abandoned the western line," the apothecary said. "It was beneath my attention. 43 legionaries are dead. Then 43 disappointments have been removed." Caesar stepped closer. "The Necron controls you." Lucius turned slowly. Caesar did not retreat. "It denies you acknowledgement," the apothecary continued, "and you reshape campaigns to force its attention. You spend warriors, ammunition, and opportunities because silence wounds you more deeply than its blade." The point of the blade of the layer touched Caesar's throat seal. One movement would open both armor and flesh. Caesar looked down at the weapon. "Slanesh may value your death as highly as your triumph," he said. "Both provide sensation. Both entertain. You mistake divine indulgence for proof of superiority." Lucius pressed the blade closer. A thin line of blood appeared beneath Caesar's gorget. "The gods may watch me," Lucius said, "but they do not define my skill." "No," Caesar replied. "They merely ensure you never have to accept its limits." For several heartbeats, neither moved. Then a tormentor approached carrying a shattered banner pole. Lucius withdrew the sword. The warrior held out what remained of the standard captured from the phasing sword's trail. The ancient emblem had been cut into strips so thin they drifted in the heated air like metallic dust. Each fragment was identical in width. No tear or imperfect edge marred them. At the center of the ruined banner lay a head. It belonged to a flawless blade Lucius had sent toward the western ridge. The cut through the neck was perfectly smooth. Armor, flesh, and spine had been parted in the same instant. The warrior's final expression remained preserved behind his open helm. Not pain, not fear, startled disbelief. Lucius stared at the dead face. The phasing sword had issued no words. It required none. Lucius began to smile. Caesare entered the fissure behind Lucius and counted the warriors who followed. The number had already become an accusation. The faultless had descended into the basin with enough warriors to break an imperial fortress. Now only a shrinking knot of legionaries passed beneath the split crust of the moon. Lucius led them. Caesare followed with the composer, Cathados, and the surviving noise marines of the Lucid Circle. Tormentors guarded the flanks. Infractors ranged ahead, their restraint governors disabled, and their blood still poisoned by combat stimulants. Above them, the war continued. Basilisk shells struck the basin in rolling sequences. Gauss beams passed through kilometers of rock as faint electromagnetic screams. Super heavy engines transmitted their labor into the foundations, each movement arriving as a distant tremor beneath Caesar's boots. The moon shook with the deaths of armies. The fissure narrowed around them. It had not been cut by tools. Black stone had unfolded beneath the surface, parting soil, manufacturum foundations, and mass graves as it rose. Layers of human habitation clung to the walls. Pipes, hab block foundations, rail tunnels, buried shrines, the compressed dead of forgotten bombardments. All of it had been displaced by architecture older than mankind. They descended past kilometers of angled galleries and vertical shafts. Black pillars rose beyond the limits of helm lenses. Bridges crossed depths that returned no Auspex echo. Green lines burned beneath polished surfaces, appearing whenever the intruders approached and fading after they passed. Caesar marked every route. The tomb changed them behind him. Corridors shortened, angles closed. Doorways became walls. The composer walked with one hand against the stone. Shadows leaped from his fingers and died upon contact. "The material resists," he said. Caesar studied the diagnostic runes moving across his display. Blackstone. A vulgar designation. An accurate one. No name is accurate when spoken by flesh. Cathados turned his crested helm toward the composer. "You speak too much because you hear too little." The noise marine's voice lacked its usual layered resonance. The nullifying architecture flattened the harmonics produced by his altered throat. His words emerged thin, almost mortal. Cathados hated it. Cesare could see the hatred in the minute tremor of his gauntlets. The deeper they traveled, the quieter the tomb became. The faces imprisoned within Lucius's armor had screamed without pause since the war began. They had mocked, begged, and laughed through artillery barrages and massacres. Now their voices faded into breathless murmurs. One by one, their mouths closed. Demonic flesh stiffened across the warband. The lash of torment curled tightly around Lucius's vambrace, its hooks no longer snapping at shadows. Horns and sensory tendrils growing from the noise marine's armor became rigid. One infractor bore a second jaw along his chest plate. It had chattered constantly upon the surface, biting at the air and whispering obscenities. Now it hung open and dry, tongue swollen between fangs. The legionary pressed both hands against it. "I cannot feel its hunger." Lucius did not look back. "Then remember your own." The infractor struck his chest, as though trying to awaken the mutation by force. Nothing answered. Other warriors began to tremble. Caesare observed the symptoms with clinical interest. The Emperor's children had spent millennia sharpening every sensation until ordinary perception became unbearable. Silence was not an absence to them. It was deprivation. Their altered nervous systems searched for stimuli and found only the muffled pulse of their own organs. A tormentor began scraping his chainsword against the wall. Sparks jumped from the teeth. The sound was small and ugly. He continued anyway. Cathados activated his sonic blaster. The weapon emitted a low hum, then failed to rise into its customary shriek. He tilted his helm. "I can hear the mechanisms." Caesare said nothing. "I can hear the imperfections in the power feed." Cathados struck the weapon with one fist. "I can hear myself." That admission disturbed him more than any threat. Lucius walked at the head of the formation, and the silence followed him like a sentence. Caesar had watched Lucius during feasts, surgeries, void battles, and resurrections. The swordsman was never truly still. Even at rest, his fingers measured imaginary weapon grips. His eyes studied shoulders, throats, and balance. The faces in his armor provided an eternal audience, and Lucius answered them with threats, insults, or laughter. Now there was nothing for him to answer. His pace slowed. The blade of the layer remained in his hand. Cesare saw the reflection of Lucius's scarred face in the alien metal. For an instant, the expression belonged to someone else. A younger warrior, unscarred, proud, furious. Lucius whispered a name. Loken. No one replied. Another dozen steps. Tarvitz. The word emerged with contempt, but the contempt had been summoned too quickly. The corridor widened into a chamber lined with columns. Lucius stopped beneath them. Sharokin. His sword hand tightened. Siasare knew enough of the old wars to recognize the names. Warriors who had opposed Lucius before the Legion's final surrender to excess. Men whose shadows survived because Lucius had failed to erase them from himself. The last name came softer. Sirius. A face within his cuirass twitched but did not awaken. Cesare watched Lucius look down at it. The armor offered no laughter. Lucius drove his fist into the silent mouth. Ceramite cracked. The face deformed beneath his knuckles and remained inert. Memory is weakness, Lucius said. Cesare moved past him. Memory is tissue responding to stimulus. Lucius looked at the apothecary's back. Continue testing me, and I will examine how much tissue you require. Less than you. The tomb moved. Gravity reversed without warning. Cesare struck the ceiling hard enough to dent his shoulder plate. Legionaries crashed around him.
Remember, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support helps.
One noise marine landed upon his own weapon, the resonator veins punching through his breastplate. Another warrior fell into a black pillar and broke his helm against it. Then the corridor rotated. Walls became floor. Floor became an angled shaft. The formation slid. Cesare caught a projecting seam with his Narthesium claw. A tormentor fell past him and vanished into the darkness below. His scream ended with a sound like armor dropped into deep water. Green lines ignited across the stone. Sections of wall began closing. "Move!" Kesar ordered. The faultless climbed while the corridor folded around them. An infractor reached the narrowing passage too late. Blackstone slabs pressed against his pauldrons. He braced both hands against them and roared. Servos screamed. The slabs continued inward. His shoulder armor fractured first. Violet ceramite split and drove inward through muscle. Blood jetted from the joints. The legionary snarled and pushed harder, stimulant injectors firing into his spine. The walls did not slow. His ribcage collapsed. Flesh forced itself through the broken seals of his armor. Red muscle bulged around the gorget. One eye burst from its socket as pressure deformed his skull. His abdomen ruptured between the plates, spilling loops of intestine that were flattened against the closing stone. Cesare watched until the slabs met. The legionary became a line of blood and tissue squeezed from the seam. Lucius stepped over what remained. An inelegant defense. The corridor leveled. Necron Lichguard waited beyond it. They stood shoulder to shoulder beneath a vaulted ceiling. Tower shields interlocked. Hyperphase blades rested behind the shield line. Their metal bodies were larger and more ornate than the warriors upon the surface, each frame marked by dynastic glyphs and fragments of ceremonial plating. Their eyes ignited together. Tormentors opened fire. Bolter shells struck the shields and vanished in flashes of green distortion. The Lichguard advanced without breaking formation. More fire hammered into them. Shield fields absorbed the mass reactive detonations, allowing only fragments of explosive force to pass. The first hyperphase blade swept through a Tormentor's guard. It passed through chainsword, breastplate and body, as though none possessed substance. The legionary separated at the waist. His upper half slid from his legs, organs spilling in ropes onto the polished floor. The corridor denied the noise marines room to fire at full output. Cathodos released a sonic burst and killed 2 tormentors, Alongside the Lich Guard it damaged. Blood poured from ruptured armor joints. One warrior dropped his bolter and clawed at a chest cavity filled with liquefied organs. "Restrict the output," Caesar ordered. Cathados turned toward him. "You would silence me here. I would prevent you from murdering what remains of our formation." "That is Lucius's privilege," said the composer. The Lich Guard struck again. The faultless were forced into formation combat. It was a discipline many had neglected for millennia. Tormentors locked shields taken from Imperial dead. Infractors filled gaps with bodies and blades. Noise Marines used their sonic weapons as clubs when firing became impossible. The corridor filled with the impact of ceramite against necrodermis. Caesar fought behind the first rank. His reductor punched through a damaged Lich Guard's neck assembly. He tore out coils of green-lit machinery and drove the construct backward. It continued fighting while partially decapitated. A hyperphase blade entered the warrior beside him. The weapon passed through the legionary's pauldron and emerged beneath the opposite hip. Armor offered no resistance. Flesh opened along the line a heartbeat later, blood spraying across Caesar's helm. Lucius moved toward the center. He did not attack the nearest enemy. His gaze traveled across the Lich Guard formation, measuring posture and response. Every construct appeared identical to mortal eyes. Caesar saw the differences only after Lucius acted. One Lich Guard stood half a pace behind the others. Its shield angle altered before the formation changed direction. Its head turned before the others responded. "Commander!" Lucius stepped onto a fallen tormentor and vaulted the shield line. Hyperphase blades rose. The lash of torment wrapped around two weapons and dragged them aside. The blade of the layer cut through the commander's shield arm, then reversed and entered beneath the jaw. Lucius twisted. The Necron's head left its shoulders. The effect passed through the formation instantly. One Lich Guard repeated its last attack instead of adjusting. Another raised its shield too late. A third turned toward the fallen commander and exposed its flank. The faultless surged into the collapse. Bolters fired at contact range. Chain blades screamed through joints. Cathados drove his weapon into a Lich Guard's chest and released a restricted sonic pulse. The construct burst from within, molten metal spraying across his armor. The surviving Necrons phased away. One infractor saw them vanish and backed toward the passage. "No," he said. Lucius turned. The warrior continued retreating. "There is nothing here. Nothing to feel. Nothing to kill. We should return to the surface." Lucius crossed the distance before the infractor raised his weapon. The blade of the layer entered at the hip and emerged through the opposite shoulder. Lucius cut upward. The warrior opened diagonally. One side of his torso fell away, carrying an arm and half the rib cage. Both hearts remained visible in the remaining half, beating furiously until Lucius severed them with a flick of the blade. The corpse collapsed. Lucius looked at the others. "Retreat is a desire," he said. "You claim to have lost yours." No one followed the dead warrior. Caesar began preserving those who remained. He injected stimulants through damaged seals while the formation advanced. Needles pierced body gloves and entered hearts, lungs, and major vessels. He welded shattered breastplates without removing them, filling the corridor with the stench of scorched flesh beneath heated ceramite. A tormentor's arm had been crushed between a Lich Guard shield and the wall. Bone fragments protruded through armor. Caesar caught the limb beneath the shoulder. "This will hurt." The warrior laughed weakly. "Promise?" Caesar activated the bone saw. The laugh became a howl. He removed the arm without breaking stride. Blood washed across his vambrace. Coagulant foam sealed the stump. He attached a combat drug line to the warrior's secondary heart and pushed him back into formation. Ciasare counted again. Too few. The black stone gate ahead had no visible seam or control mechanism. It filled the corridor from floor to ceiling, swallowing Auspec's pulses and reflecting only dull shapes. The composer approached it. The field is strongest here. Then open it, Lucius said. The sorcerer turned toward the wounded. I require voices. Cathados understood first. The lucid circle dragged the injured into a crescent before the gate. Legionaries with ruptured organs, severed limbs and hyperphase wounds were propped against one another. The composer drove silver cables through their gorgets and into their throats. Ciasare watched one warrior gag as the wire descended behind his tongue. You will kill them, he said. They are already dying. Several are recoverable. Lucius regarded the gate. Not quickly enough to matter. The composer raised his hands. Cathados and the lucid circle fired. Their sonic weapons did not target the gate. They targeted the wounded. Sound entered the legionaries through the cables. Their chests expanded. Throats bulged. The composer pulled sorcery through their pain, turning each scream into a living frequency. The Blackstone resisted. The wounded screamed louder. One noise marine's jaw tore loose. Another's tongue burst from his mouth in strips. A third convulsed as both lungs ruptured and forced themselves up through his throat. Fragments of tongue, teeth, and lung tissue sprayed across the gate. The composer closed his fists. Every voice became one note. The Blackstone cracked. Green light burst through the fractures. The gate divided and fell inward in slabs, crushing the remains of the singers beneath it. Beyond lay a chamber vast enough to contain an army. Holographic glyphs filled the air. They depicted battles, millions of them. Weapon forms unfolded in precise sequence. Duels between Necron champions. Wars against species reduced to geometric symbols. Executions performed beneath alien suns. Every strike, defense, adaptation and killing wound preserved for analysis. The Phasing Sword's archive. Lucius walked among the records. He ignored victories spanning ages. He passed through displays of empires dying and champions cut down. Ancient techniques moved around him as ghosts of green light. Then he stopped. A new sequence formed. Lucius stood upon the surface of the moon. The record reproduced his stance, the angle of his sword, the coiling lash, the minute change in balance before he attacked. It displayed the first exchange again and again. The Phasing Sword's blade lengthened. The edge crossed Lucius's cuirass. Blood appeared. The sequence halted at the instant of contact. Lucius stared at his own image. Caesar saw the tremor in his sword hand. Not fear. Recognition. The archive had not preserved Lucius as a legend. It had reduced him to movement, error, and response. Across the chamber, portals awakened. Green fire filled their depths. Necron warriors stepped through in silent ranks. Lichguard followed. Canoptech constructs crawled along the walls and ceiling. Behind the faultless, the shattered gate reformed. Blackstone flowed across the opening until no seam remained. The tomb had closed around them. Far above, the Imperial counterattack committed its final reserves. Armor columns entered the basin. Necron legions rose across every continent. Orbital bombardment struck armies too vast to withdraw. The casualty report still reaching Caesar's helm passed beyond 1 billion dead. Then the Blackstones silenced the Vox. Lucius looked from his captured movements to the advancing Necrons. At last, the faces within his armor opened their eyes. They did not laugh. They screamed. The chamber chose Lucius before he chose it. Blackstone walls moved without sound, dividing the advancing Necron ranks from the remnants of the Faultless. Green portals collapsed into darkness. The floor turned beneath armored boots, separating warriors with the effortless precision of a blade passing through flesh. Caesar shouted over the vox. The transmission became static, then nothing. A slab descended between Lucius and the apothecary. Tormentors fired into it until their bolters clicked empty. Mass reactive shells burst against the stone and left no mark beyond brief circles of pale flame. Lucius stepped away before the barrier sealed. He did not call for aid. To do so would have admitted that aid possessed value. The passage ahead opened into a circular chamber of polished black stone. No heraldry marked its walls. No corpses ornamented the floor. No chains hung from the vaulting. There were no braziers, galleries, or kneeling slaves to witness what followed. The silence was absolute. Surface artillery no longer reached him as vibration. The distant battle had ceased to exist. Even his armor seemed dead. The faces imprisoned within its plates remained motionless, mouths closed, eyes sealed. The lash of torment lay numb around his vambrace. Lucius entered. The phasing sword waited at the chamber's center. Its necrodermis reflected the faint green light beneath the floor. The construct bore no trophies and displayed no dynastic ornament beyond a series of narrow glyphs carved into its skull. Its weapon rested beside one leg, a straight silver blade with no visible power field. Lucius circled it. So, this is your chosen theater. The Necron's head tracked him. No armies, Lucius continued. No guns, no lesser creatures shrieking my name. Not even your witless legions to observe your destruction. You require observation. The voice was dry and sexless, without breath or emotion. Lucius smiled. You do speak. Communication permits faster correction. And here I believed you overcome by reverence. You move inefficiently. Lucius stopped. The Necron raised its blade. You expose your center when provoked. You lengthen engagements after achieving advantage. You favor visible complexity over optimal execution. Centuries of warfare reduced to such bloodless conclusions. Your blood is not relevant. Lucius drew the blade of the layer. Its alien edge whispered against the null field, muted but not silenced. I have killed champions whose names still draw prayers from terrified men. I have crossed blades with the greatest sons of the legions. I have slaughtered saints, kings, Xenos princes, and creatures that crawled from dreams too diseased for mortal minds to endure. Historical claims do not alter current probability. I fought beneath the gaze of Fulgrim before your tomb world stirred from its long senility. Your aggression remains predictable. Lucius's smile vanished. He attacked. The opening sequence belonged to Chemos. It had been taught in halls where duelists practiced upon mirror-black floors beneath the eyes of masters who punished inelegance with mutilation. Lucius advanced through the sapphire descent, 3 cuts descending along different lines, while his feet crossed in a pattern intended to conceal the true angle of attack. The phasing sword blocked the first, avoided the second. Its wrist rotated against the third, guiding the blade of the layer past its ribs by less than a finger's width. Lucius changed schools. The Iron Orchid followed, an old legion form designed for combat within the close confines of void ships. Cuts shortened. Elbows remained close. Each parry became a thrust toward armor seals, joints, and exposed cabling. The Necron adapted after the opening exchange. Its stance narrowed. Its shoulders turned. The second cycle failed. Lucius moved into a form taught during the Great Crusade. one favored by Legion officers before Brotherhood became treachery. It relied upon strength, transhuman speed, and the certainty that most enemies could not survive a direct contest. The phasing sword surrendered ground. Lucius drove it toward the chamber wall, each impact of alien metal against alien metal casting pale sparks through the dark. He thrust for the throat. The Necron's neck shortened. The blade passed over its skull. One silver arm lengthened as it counterattacked. Lucius twisted aside. The weapon scraped his gorget and severed one of the screaming faces embedded there. The face did not awaken. It peeled away in a curl of dead ceramite and vanished before touching the floor. The phasing sword's elbow reversed. Its straight blade flowed into a crescent. The new edge hooked behind Lucius's guard. He broke contact before it could tear the layer blade from his hand. "Clever," he said. "Correction complete." Lucius attacked again. He drew upon the killing pits of Comera, where survival depended upon spectacle and rules changed with the appetite of the crowd. He used false stumbles, sudden reversals, and deliberately exposed flesh. He fought as the Drukhari gladiators had fought, inviting pain so the answer might arrive from an impossible direction. The phasing sword witnessed the sequence once, then it knew it. Its legs altered. The knees bent backward. Its center of balance shifted as the body lowered, making Lucius's next cut pass through empty air. The silver weapon divided into two blades. One met the layer sword. The other entered Lucius's thigh. It passed through corrupted ceramite, fiber bundles, and muscle before emerging behind the leg. The phasing sword withdrew it with a turn that widened the wound. Lucius staggered. Blood flooded into his boot. He laughed. The sound struck the blackstone and died without echo. Again, the Necron advanced. Lucius used an improvised form born over 10,000 years of duels in slave pits, demon courts, and the halls of his own warband. There was no academy behind it. No master had taught it. Every movement had been stolen from a corpse. He severed one of the paired blades at the wrist. The phasing sword allowed the limb to fall. The remaining arm lengthened into a spear. Its point crossed the distance between them before Lucius completed his recovery. He caught the haft beneath his left arm and attempted to cut the Necron's head away. The spear became a filament. It slid through his grip and swept across his hand. 2 fingers fell. They struck the floor beside a trail of blood, still twitching inside the severed gauntlet tips. Lucius stared at them. The Necron's weapon thickened again, structural degradation increasing. You took fingers, non-essential components. Lucius lunged. The phasing sword phased from existence. His blade passed through a distortion of green light. The Necron became solid behind him. The crescent edge entered beneath Lucius's ribs and drew across his abdomen. Armor opened. Flesh followed. His intestines spilled out in hot coils, sliding over his belt and striking his thighs with wet weight. Lucius looked down. The phasing sword waited for the expected response. Pain entered Lucius as illumination. It spread through him, sharper than sonic resonance, purer than any chemical pleasure. His primary heart accelerated. Stimulant ports drove fresh compounds into his spine. Vision narrowed until only the silver figure remained. He gathered his organs with his left hand. The severed fingers made the task clumsy. He forced the glistening coils back through the wound. Blood poured between his knuckles. His laughter returned. You may actually kill me. Probability is increasing. The answer should have delighted him. Instead, its indifference became an insult. Lucius had offered truth. He had acknowledged danger. The Necron treated both as calculations. He abandoned every pretense of honor. The lash of torment struck from behind his back. Its hooks moved weakly in the Blackstone field, but the weapon remained alive enough to obey. It attacked the phasing sword's legs while Lucius drove forward with the blade of the lair. The Necron phased. Lucius kicked a severed warrior's skull from the chamber's edge. It passed through the distortion where the construct's chest had been and shattered against the far wall. He seized another body fragment and hurled it as the phasing sword returned. The broken torso struck the Necron's shoulder, altering its balance for less than a heartbeat. Lucius took the heartbeat. The layer blade opened the silver abdomen. Necrodermis flowed around the wound before the sword withdrew. Lucius drove his heel against the floor. Cracks spread through a damaged Blackstone plate. He struck again, not at the Necron, but at the chamber wall. The alien sword cut a deep line through the structural seam. Green fire pulsed beneath it. The phasing sword turned its skull. Lucius attacked the instant its attention shifted. The lash coiled around one arm. The layer blade cut through its flank. "You see," Lucius snarled, "even a corpse machine may be deceived." The phasing sword shortened its trapped arm. The lash slipped free. "You prioritize acclaim over survival." Lucius slashed at its face. "You know nothing of acclaim. You abandoned effective formations when denied attention." The Necron parried. "You sacrificed military resources to force observation." Lucius cut low. "You permitted injury when witnesses were present." Their blades met. The phasing sword's voice remained unchanged. "You do not seek victory, you seek confirmation." Lucius struck hard enough to fracture the floor beneath them. "You are a slave entombed in metal. Your species surrendered flesh because it feared death." No response. "You awoke to find younger races crawling through the mausoleum of your empire." The phasing sword changed its blade into a narrow spear and thrust. Lucius parried. "You remember suns that no longer burn, masters reduced to madness, dynasties gnawing at their own remains." Silence. That silence cut deeper than the weapon. Lucius wanted hatred. He wanted the Necron to recoil from his words or answer with pride. Even contempt would have acknowledged the wound he intended to inflict. The phasing sword gave him nothing. It had watched him, measured him, reduced him. Lucius attacked with rising fury. The Necron changed shape within every movement. Its arm lengthened during a parry, making a block become a thrust. Its wrist divided, producing a second edge within Lucius's guard. Its spine bent along angles no organic skeleton could follow. Its head rotated completely around to track the lash, while its body fought the sword. Lucius received another cut across the ribs, then one through his shoulder. The phasing sword's filament edge opened his cheek to the teeth. He tasted blood. The lash struck again. The Necron's blade caught it. Silver cut through demon-bound hide and hooked metal. The outer coils fell to the floor. The weapon screamed inside Lucius's mind, though the null field smothered the sound before it reached his ears. Lucius did not recoil. He watched the severed lash writhe. Its hooks snapped at empty air, driven by pain and hatred. The phasing sword phased through Lucius's thrust. The detached coils moved. They did not strike the Necron. They passed through the distortion. Then one hook caught, not in metal, in the fractional instant between absence and solidity. Lucius saw it. He changed his grip and drove the blade of the layer forward. The phasing sword became real around the point. The sword pierced its torso and emerged from its back. Lucius stepped close until his ruined face almost touched the metal skull. Correction incomplete. Necrodermis closed around the blade. The living metal flowed over the alien edge and locked it inside the phasing sword's body. Lucius pulled. The weapon did not move. The Necron's hands seized his sword arm. Its grip tightened. Ceramite cracked across his vambrace. A new blade formed from its forearm and angled toward his throat. Lucius brought the lash up. The damaged weapon wrapped around the Necron's neck. Both warriors strained. The chamber shook. At first, Lucius believed the collapsing wall had begun to fail. Then the vibration deepened. It came from above. Imperial orbital weapons reached the tomb. Kilometers of rock vanished beneath lance fire. Surface fortifications, Necron phalanxes, and Imperial regiments were consumed together in columns of white heat. The blast passed through buried structures as a descending wave of fracture and pressure. The ceiling split. Blackstone blocks larger than battle tanks fell into the chamber. The phasing sword changed state. Lucius's weapon came free as the construct became translucent. Falling debris passed through it. Lucius leapt aside. A slab struck his back. The impact drove him to one knee. Another collapsed across his legs. Severed Necron bodies rained from ruptured galleries above. A Lich-Guard torso struck the floor beside him and began crawling despite lacking arms or lower limbs. The chamber came apart. Lucius attempted to rise. Blackstone buried him. Weight crushed the breath from his lungs. His injured abdomen opened again beneath the pressure. Blood filled his mouth. The blade of the layer remained trapped beneath one arm. Through a narrow gap in the wreckage, he saw the phasing sword standing untouched within falling stone. Its body flickered between matter and distortion. "The engagement is incomplete," Lucius said. Dust and blood clogged his grill. The Necron regarded him. "Next contact will continue until one pattern remains." Then it vanished. Lucius roared and forced his trapped arm against the debris. The stone did not move. Something shifted behind him. A faultless warrior crawled from the wreckage. One leg had been crushed flat. His breastplate was split, exposing a lung that expanded through the opening with every breath. He saw Lucius pinned. Their eyes met. The legionary reached toward him. "My lord." Lucius saw the recognition in his face. Not reverence, not fear, pity. The warrior braced himself against the rubble and tried to lift the slab from Lucius's legs. "You saw nothing," Lucius said. The legionary strained. "I saw you endure." "Liar." Lucius freed the lash. Its remaining hooks entered the warrior's throat. He pulled. The head came away with part of the spine attached. Blood sprayed across the Blackstone and ran through the gap onto Lucius's armor. The corpse collapsed beside him. Lucius wrapped the lash around a broken pillar and dragged himself forward. Armor screamed against stone. Crushed flesh tore from beneath his greaves. One leg refused to move until he struck the knee joint hard enough to force damaged servos back into alignment. He crawled from the wreckage surrounded by Necron fragments and the ruined bodies of his own escort. The surface war trembled faintly through the shattered tomb once more. Lucius rose. His abdomen leaked. 2 fingers were gone. His thigh armor hung open around a wound deep enough to show bone. Half the lash dragged behind him like the severed tail of a wounded beast. He stared into the darkness where the phasing sword had disappeared. "The moon will die," he whispered. The silent chamber gave no answer. Lucius raised his voice. "Do you hear me, machine? Every soldier, every tomb, every tower and vault. I will tear this world apart until there is nowhere left for you to phase, nowhere left to hide, nowhere left to exist. except before my blade." Only the dead listened. Lucius looked down at the warrior he had killed. The severed head still wore its expression of pity. He crushed it beneath his boot. Then he went to murder the moon. Cathados heard the moon dying before the first continent broke. The sound came to him through the soles of his boots, through the resonator veins fused into his spine, through the stretched membranes nailed across his armor. It moved beneath artillery and beneath the churning of armored divisions, a low and immense vibration rising from the black stone foundations, buried under the crust. The moon had discovered fear. Cathados stood upon the ruins of an orbital defense bastion and listened to armies become music. Imperial reserves descended from the clouds in mass conveyors broad enough to cast districts into shadow. Their armor flared beneath the strain of atmospheric entry. Troop holds opened before the craft had properly landed, disgorging infantry, artillery tractors, Skitari cohorts, and armored vehicles into fields already carpeted with dead. Some conveyors never reached the ground. Necron vessels moved above the atmosphere like blades drawn through black silk. They did not bank or labor against inertia. They simply altered direction and fired. Green lines passed through the Imperial transports. Adamantium vanished. Decks opened. Millions of soldiers fell. They tumbled through the cloud layer with tanks, munitions pallets, and broken sections of hull. Men burned inside their uniforms. Chimeras spun end over end. Crewmen trapped within them as heat stripped paint from armor. A Bane blade fell turret first and struck an Imperial mustering field with the force of a bombardment shell, crushing hundreds beneath its hull before its magazines detonated. Burning vehicles rained across the continents. Cathados lifted his arms. The apocalypse answered. Across the moon, Necron legions emerged from dynastic vaults. Black avenues pushed through city foundations. Monoliths rose beneath manufactoria and toppled hive spires. Warriors marched from portals in numbers beyond the patience of counting, while Immortals and Lichguard advanced at their head. The Imperium met them with everything it still possessed. Artillery lines flashed from horizon to horizon. Tank companies advanced through oceans of mud and blood. Infantry formations so large that their officers could not see their own flanks marched into Gauss fire beneath banners darkened by ash. The faultless released, the last of their reserves. Cultists poured from slave holds with explosive collars burning around their throats. Mutants followed in shambling herds, dragging weapons too heavy for their malformed limbs. Demon engines strode from shattered bunkers, their furnace mouths howling, armor plates swelling and contracting like lungs. Predators, vindicators, and land raiders pushed into the battle beneath the serpent-marked banners of the Emperor's children. Raptors filled the poisoned sky. Infractors ran ahead of the armor, stimulants turning their hearts into frantic hammers. The moon ceased to contain separate wars. Every battlefront touched another. Every retreat entered a different massacre. Every road led through the dead. From orbit, the continents resembled wounds opening beneath a surgeon's knife. Cathados listened. Imperial artillery supplied the foundation. Basilisks rolled their bombardments in measured sequences, deep and repetitive. Manticores added shrieking descents, each warhead breaking into lesser voices before impact. Aircraft formed the upper register. Storm eagles screamed through burning clouds. Thunderbolts answered with autocannon fire. Helldrakes produced a grinding metallic cry as their wings tore through Imperial formations. Gauss weapons gave the composition its pulse. Cold, precise, without passion, the dying provided everything else. Cathados divided the surviving noise marines into circles. The first listened to the artillery and answered its rhythm. The second pursued the engines of aircraft, matching their rising and falling cries with sonic blasters. The third aligned its weapons to the green cadence of Necron fire. The final circle listened only to the infantry, not their weapons, their voices, their prayers beneath bombardment, their screams when tracks passed over them, the wet coughing of men whose lungs had been turned to pulp. Cathodos transmitted his orders through channels already crowded with distress calls. "Do not silence the war," he told them. "Join it. Find the note beneath the death. Feed it back into the stone." One noise marine asked, "What are we composing?" Cathodos looked toward the horizon, where a lance strike cut through an Imperial armored reserve and continued deep into the crust. A key. The Imperial Navy had begun sterilizing the necropolis. Lance batteries fired from battleships concealed above the cloud layer. Their beams struck in lines hundreds of kilometers long, vaporizing Necron formations and Imperial armies together. Trenches became canyons of molten glass. Tanks disappeared before their crews understood that the light had reached them. One strike crossed a retreating infantry host. The men nearest the beam became vapor. Those farther away ignited. Those beyond them were stripped of skin by the pressure wave and left running as red figures before collapsing. The Necron fleet answered. A crescent vessel divided an Imperial cruiser from prow to stern. The warship opened soundlessly in orbit. Its reactors burned through ruptured decks, and thousands of bodies spilled into the void before gravity dragged wreckage toward the moon. Cathodos heard none of that directly. Vacuum denied him. Yet the impact arrived later through the ground. A cruiser section struck the northern continent. The moon rang. Cathodos laughed. The note was almost pure. He ordered the Lucid Circle to answer it. Their blastmasters fired into the earth. The sound traveled through buried tunnel systems and blackstone vaults. Across kilometers, Imperial crews convulsed inside sealed vehicles. Vision blocks burst outward in sprays of blood, bone fragments, and liquefied eyes. Necron warriors shivered as resonance passed through their bodies. Living metal repaired surface damage, but the pulse continued beneath it, forcing microscopic fractures to multiply faster than reanimation protocols could close them. The Blackstone Foundations answered with a tone too low for ordinary senses. Cathodos felt it inside his organs. A refusal. The tomb did not wish to sing. He would teach it. A shadow crossed the battlefield. The warlord Titan emerged from the ruins of a hive. It walked beneath banners large enough to cover hab towers. Its head resembled a fortress built into the shape of a war god's skull. Plasma annihilators burned upon its arms. Smaller titans guarded its advance, reavers and warhounds moving around its feet like hunting beasts. The god engine fired. Plasma turned the eastern plain into white fire. Necron phalanxes vanished. Monoliths softened and collapsed into streams of glowing metal. Kilometers of ground became glass in a single discharge. Imperial infantry cheered. Cathodos heard the sound enter the composition. Then the earth opened beneath the Titan. A Seraptech heavy construct climbed from the necropolis. Its many limbs drove into the glassed ground. Its body rose higher than surrounding manufactoria, living metal shifting beneath plates inscribed with green fire. Weapons mounted along its frame discharged beams that struck the warlord's void shields. The first shield layer flared. The second collapsed. Warhounds raced toward the construct, weapons firing. The Seraptech moved faster than its mass permitted. One bladed limb passed through a warhound's cockpit. The Titan's head opened. Moderati, princeps and command servitors spilled from the wound in a rain of blood and cable. The construct seized the dying engine and threw it into a reaver. Both Titans fell through a district crowded with Imperial soldiers. Towers collapsed. Men vanished beneath the machines. One reaver attempted to rise, only for its reactor to rupture and turn the ruins into a second sun. The warlord advanced through the fire. Its plasma weapons fired again. The Seraptech lost 2 limbs and half its torso. Living metal flowed across the damage. The construct continued forward. Cathodos listened to the duel and understood that it could not be permitted to end too soon. The Imperial positions shifted. Lucius had abandoned them. Bunkers, artillery redoubts, and armoured staging grounds across the central continent fell silent as the Faultless withdrew. Imperial scouts entered first, then infantry brigades, then armour. Commanders reported the traitors in retreat. Regimental banners rose above captured ground. The Imperium advanced into the empty positions. Lucius waited until their armies occupied all of them. Necron portals opened beneath the roads. Warriors rose inside ammunition parks. Scarabs emerged beneath fuel stores. Wraiths phased into command bunkers and slaughtered officers before the Vox could issue warnings. The faultless armor attacked from both flanks. Predators opened fire on the compressed tank columns. Vindicators destroyed bridges behind the Imperial advance. Land raiders drove through infantry formations, tracks crushing men into the earth, while sponson weapons fired into anything still moving. The continent became an encirclement too large for its victims to perceive. Cathodos heard Lucius over the Vox. "Close the western corridor." A tormentor answered. "The Imperial super heavies are still within it." "Then close it around them." "What of the infractors holding the breach?" Lucius paused. "What of them?" The corridor collapsed beneath artillery and sonic fire. Imperial armor and Emperor's Children warriors disappeared together in a storm of shattered stone. Cathodos approved. Sacrifice improved harmony when applied without hesitation. The lucid circle turned its weapons toward the warlord Titan. Its void shields had been damaged by the Seraptech. One projector flickered along the left shoulder. Another had been exposed where living metal claws tore through the upper carapace. Cathodos assigned each blastmaster a frequency. "First circle, attend the shield lattice." The weapons fired. Air distorted around the Titan. Its remaining shields brightened, stuttered, and failed. "Second circle, take the reactor mountings." Sonic pressure passed through the warlord's armor. Inside the God Engine, bolts loosened. Coolant lines split. Servitors burst against their restraints as organs ruptured within reinforced bodies. Third circle, the command throne. The next volley climbed the Titan's legs and entered its torso through the machinery itself. The Princeps felt the note through the mind impulse unit. His teeth shattered first. His eyes followed. The resonance passed into his skull, pulping brain tissue, while the throne continued transmitting command signals into his dying nerves. Moderati collapsed over their controls. Tech priests convulsed as augmetics tore free from flesh. The warlord stopped. The Seraptech drove one blade through its abdomen. Cathodos raised both arms. All circles. The lucid circle fired. The Titan's crew became liquid inside their compartments. Blood poured from access vents. Vision slits exploded outward. Flesh and brain matter sprayed from the head as internal pressure built beneath the armor. The plasma reactor breached. White light filled the battlefield. The warlord swayed. Then it fell. Its descent seemed slow enough to become ceremonial. Towers broke beneath its shoulders. Entire regiments disappeared beneath the legs. The head struck a tank formation and crushed super heavy vehicles as though they were toys. The reactor exploded after impact. A wave of plasma consumed Imperial and Necron armies alike. Cathodos stood within the heat and listened to the God engine die. The note passed through him. Reality weakened. The air opened in colors that had no names. Demonettes stepped from the fractures and danced across burning tanks. Their claws opened soldiers with delicate precision. Men reached toward them in terror and longing, only to lose hands, arms, and faces. Fiends bounded through artillery craters. One landed among a wounded platoon and swept its limbs outward. Bodies opened from hip to shoulder. Blood struck the crater walls in thick arcs. Seekers raced across the trench lines. They moved faster than nerves could report pain. Guardsmen remained standing after the creatures passed, faces still turned toward the attack. Then heads slid from necks. Abdomens opened. Arms fell. Men collapsed in pieces before their mouths understood that they should scream. Cathodos listened as agony fed the thinning veil. The moon's music grew louder. At the center of the battle, Lucius advanced upon a land raider. He stood upon its hull while the vehicle plowed through wreckage. The lash of torment struck from side to side, snaring infantry and dragging them beneath the tracks. The blade of the layer severed weapons, limbs and heads whenever soldiers tried to climb the armor. A command chimera crossed the land raider's path. Lucius leapt. He landed upon its turret and drove his sword through the hatch. The blade entered an officer's skull and emerged between the man's legs. Lucius tore the hatch free with the lash. He descended into the vehicle. The chimera continued rolling. Men came out through the rear ramp in parts. One body lacked skin from the chest upward. Another had been folded backward until the spine burst through the abdomen. A Vox officer crawled from the hatch with his lower jaw torn away and both eyes hanging against his cheeks. Lucius emerged behind them. He jumped back onto the land raider without allowing it to slow. His route across the battlefield widened into a line of ruin. From orbit, it would have been visible as a scar of burning vehicles, opened bodies, and churned red mud. Cathodos received a signal from the central necropolis. No voice accompanied it. A flawless blade emerged from the gate. Only his upper body remained. He crawled by his elbows across the blackstone threshold. His armor had been divided so cleanly that the wound beneath the ribs showed no tearing. Intestines trailed behind him in wet ropes. He reached the basin floor and died. A second body followed, then a third. The phasing sword had returned Lucius's chosen elite in sections. Their heads had been arranged before the gate. All three faced outward. Fragments of their bliss blades had been driven into their mouths until metal protruded through cheeks, throats, and the backs of skulls. Their expressions remained visible around the broken weapons. Disbelief. Lucius arrived before the display. The land raider halted behind him. For several heartbeats, he said nothing. Cathodos heard the battle continue around them. Caesare approached from the flank, damaged Narthesium hanging from one arm. The phase engine is exposed, the apothecary said. The Necron line has withdrawn from the western conduits. We can seize the mechanism and extract before the Imperial fleet begins another bombardment. Lucius looked at the severed heads. The engine may restore the diadem's translation capacity, Caesar continued. It may permit withdrawal without the warp. The opportunity will not return. Lucius lifted one of the broken blissblade fragments from a dead warrior's mouth. Blood followed it. The machine believes this is mockery. It is bait. Lucius turned toward the necropolis gate. Then I will answer. Caesare stepped into his path. We can win this war. Lucius smiled. No, we can steal from it. The distinction will not matter when the moon fractures. It matters to me. He opened the command channel. Cathodos. The noise marine inclined his head, though Lucius stood kilometers away. I hear you. Maintain the cacophony. For how long? Until the world breaks or I return. Siasare's voice entered the channel. He will expend every remaining warrior. Cathodos looked across the moon. Cultists burned inside demon engines. Necrons marched through seas of corpses. Imperial armor fought beneath skies raining men and machines. The dying titans still glowed upon the horizon. Then they will be well spent, he said. Lucius entered the central necropolis. Siasare followed after a final glance toward the exposed phase conduits. He understood what Cathodos already knew. Lucius would sacrifice the faultless. He would sacrifice the moon. He would sacrifice himself. He would feed every living and unliving thing into the war before allowing one warrior to remain beyond his conquest. Cathodos raised his weapons. Across the continents, the noise marines answered. The moon screamed in a single voice. The royal necropolis opened before Lucius like the throat of a dead god. He entered alone. The gates sealed behind him without impact or sound, swallowing the distant roar of Cathodos's planetary hymn. One moment the moon was screaming through stone and metal. The next, there was only the muted rasp of Lucius's breath, the beat of his hearts, and the faint scrape of the lash of torment across the black floor. The corridor descended through architecture too vast to have been constructed for bodies. Its walls rose beyond the reach of his helm's lenses. Green hieroglyphs burned in ordered processions, each glyph large enough to cover the flank of a battle tank. Motionless Necron nobles stood within alcoves at regular intervals, their bodies draped in sculpted necrodermies and chains of blackened symbols. Some carried staffs whose heads contained caged suns. Others held weapons folded across their chests, blades thin as accusations. Their eyes remained dark. They watched him anyway. Lucius felt it in the airless pressure of the tomb. Not consciousness. Not yet. Recognition without wakefulness, as though the dynasty itself understood that something obscene had entered its royal halls. He smiled at the sleeping monarchs. Remain seated. The corridor widened. Beyond a transparent wall of black crystal hung an army. Millions of Necron warriors stood suspended within vertical galleries, descending farther than sight. They occupied ranks without platforms, held in place by green fields that shimmered around their limbs. Gauss flayers rested against their chests, heads bowed, eyes unlit. An empire's dead waited for permission to remember motion. Lucius passed them without slowing. The route had been prepared for him. No side passages remained open. Every crossing corridor had sealed. Every chamber beyond the central path lay in darkness. The necropolis guided him downward through its heart, not with signs or commands, but with the crude certainty of a line drawn toward an execution block. The phasing sword wanted him to arrive. Lucius found the thought pleasing. He found the reason less so. The lash twitched around his forearm. Its mutilated length had begun repairing itself since the null chamber, but the regrowth was slow. New hooks pushed through wet seams in the demon flesh. Several opened and closed uselessly, biting the air. Lucius flexed the 2 fingers that Caesar had replaced with temporary augmetics. The metal digits lacked sensitivity. They closed a fraction too late around the hilt of the blade of the layer. Imperfection. He despised them. The first Lich Guard awakened ahead. 3 ranks stood across the descending hall, tower shields interlocked and hyperphase blades held above their shoulders. Green fire filled their eyes, one formation at a time. No challenge was issued. Lucius ran at them. The front rank lowered its shields. He struck the center shield with the blade of the layer, not to penetrate it, but to force the bearer to brace. The Lich Guard shifted its weight precisely as he expected. Lucius stepped onto the shield. The construct tried to raise it and throw him backward. He moved with the lift. One boot struck the rim. The next landed upon the Lich Guard's shoulder. Lucius ran across the formation, feet hammering against metal skulls and curved pauldrons, while hyperphase blades swept upward beneath him. The lash struck down. Hooks entered eye sockets, weapon joints, and cervical conduits. Lucius pulled himself forward with each impact, crossing the shield wall faster than the Lich Guard could reform. He landed behind them. The nearest construct turned. Lucius seized the edge of its shield and forced it sideways into the warrior beside it. The overlapping defense fields collided. Green energy burst between them, disrupting both. He drove the layer blade through the first Lich Guard's spine. The construct folded. Lucius kicked its body beneath the second warrior's feet and severed that one at the knee. The Lich Guard fell forward. Its hyperphase blade passed through a companion's torso before it struck the floor. The formation began to correct. Lucius did not permit it. He moved through them like an infection. A shield became a ram. A severed arm became a lever. He caught one Lich Guard's blade against the back of another's neck and twisted until living metal opened. He cut not at bodies, but at the nodes that linked them. A commander stood within the second rank. It bore no crest and carried no ornament beyond a narrow line of gold beneath one eye. Yet the others altered their guards after its movements. Its head turned first. Its shield inclined first. Its weapon lifted before the formation attacked. Lucius drove the lash through its face. Hooks burst from the back of the skull. He pulled the commander over the shields and met it with an upward sword stroke. The blade of the layer divided the torso from hip to shoulder. Necrodermis opened in a gleaming diagonal wound. The surrounding Lich Guard faltered. Some continued their last command. Others turned toward threats that no longer existed. One raised its shield, while another attempted to advance through it. Two warriors struck each other with hyperphase blades and cut one another apart. Lucius laughed as the disciplined formation became machinery without agreement. He climbed across the collapsing ranks. More Lich Guard awakened farther down the hall. They came in layers. The first formations tested speed. The next tested endurance. Others attacked from recessed gates, forcing Lucius to alter direction while fighting. They did not seek a single killing blow. They consumed strength, blood, and time. The phasing sword had designed them as preparation. Lucius understood that as he severed another command node and watched a broken honor guard continue stabbing at empty space. He did not resent the trial. He resented that the Necron believed it necessary. By the time he reached the final stair, black blood ran from the seams in his thigh plate. The wound beneath his ribs had opened again. One hook from the lash hung broken, trapped within a Lich Guard's skull, still grinding its jaw against the floor. Cesare waited at the base of the stair. Lucius stopped. The apothecary stood beside a pile of dismembered Necrons, reducta wet with luminous fluid. His white armor had acquired new damage since the surface. One pauldron was gone. A strip of blackstone had pierced his breastplate and remained lodged beside the primary heart. "You were ordered to remain outside," Lucius said. "You did not issue that order. I am issuing it now." Caesar looked up the stair. Beyond it, a narrow doorway opened into silver light. Your abdominal wound has reopened. The synthetic tendons in your left hand are failing. Your primary heart is overstressed. Lucius walked closer. Then it should learn resilience. The replacement fingers delay your grip. I noticed. The lash has lost nearly half its striking mass. It remains more dangerous than you. Caesar's gaze settled upon the wound across Lucius's cuirass, the one first inflicted by the phasing sword. The construct has studied you twice, and failed twice. It drew blood first. It trapped you. It forced you to crawl from beneath its arena. Lucius placed the blade of the layer against Caesar's throat. The apothecary did not move. No witness enters that chamber, Lucius said. Caesar glanced at the screaming faces embedded in the armor. You claim they are enough. They have seen greater duels than you will ever understand. They cannot repeat what happens. The blade pressed closer. Caesar looked into Lucius's eyes. That is why you prefer them. For a heartbeat, the royal necropolis disappeared. Lucius saw the pinned slab in the null chamber, the wounded subordinate looking down at him. Pity in the warrior's face. He saw Caesar understanding, not fearing, understanding. The urge to kill the apothecary became almost irresistible. Lucius withdrew the sword. Remain here. And should you fall? Lucius turned toward the doorway. Then kill whatever walks out wearing my face. He ascended the stair. Behind him, Caesar said nothing. The final chamber was made of polished necrodermis. Every surface reflected Lucius. The floor showed him from below. The curved walls repeated him in hundreds of warped images. Scarred faces stretched long and narrow. Others widened until the eyes became pits and the grin filled the skull. Some reflections appeared unscarred, wearing features he remembered from before Istvan. Others showed flesh older and more ruined than his own. He walked among an army of himself. At the chamber's center stood the phasing sword. It held a plain silver blade. No hook, no crescent, no split edge, no ornament. A weapon reduced to purpose. Lucius stopped within striking distance. You arranged an admirable procession. The Necron remained motionless. I expected more dead at the end of it. You are delayed. Lucius smiled. You waited. The arena required completion. And now? Now the inferior pattern is removed. Lucius attacked before the final word ended. He opened with a flaw. His left shoulder dropped too early. His wounded leg dragged for half a step. The layer blade travelled wide, exposing the line beneath his arm. The phasing sword struck toward it. Lucius interrupted the movement. The false weakness vanished. He rotated inside the Necron's thrust and carved a silver strip from its ribs. Living metal flowed after the blade. Lucius did not allow it to settle. The lash snapped low, hooks burying themselves in the floor around the phasing sword's ankle. It tightened and anchored the construct in place. Lucius attacked the opposite side. The Necron shortened its weapon and parried. Lucius abandoned the cut halfway through. He reversed his grip, drove the pommel into its skull, and opened the torso from sternum to pelvis with an upward stroke. The phasing sword staggered. Lucius felt joy, not relief, confirmation. He had learned. The Necron's previous adaptations had become habits. It expected movements to conclude. It expected wounds to influence balance. It expected Lucius to protect damaged flesh. He gave it broken sequences. He began one form and finished with another. Chemos became Comorrah. Legion discipline became pit-born savagery. Every flaw led into a trap. The layer blade removed part of the Necron's shoulder. The lash tore one leg from beneath it. Lucius drove the construct to one knee. You mistake observation for mastery. The phasing sword looked at him. Then it looked beneath his armor. Its sensors tracked what flesh concealed. Stimulant injectors cycled along Lucius's spine. One compound entered the bloodstream to heighten reaction speed. Another followed to suppress shock. A third forced damaged muscle fibers to contract beyond natural limits. Each chemical rise was followed by an interval of adjustment. Small, microscopic. Enough. The Necron moved during the transition. Its blade crossed Lucius's face. One ear vanished. Pain arrived before the blood. Lucius turned with the strike, but his body responded a fraction too slowly. The phasing sword cut again. Several teeth left his mouth in a spray of blood and enamel. The third blow removed part of his cheek. Air entered through the new wound. His tongue touched exposed muscle and broken bone. Lucius laughed. The sound emerged ruined. The phasing sword's damaged torso reformed. Necrodermis flowed inward, narrowing the wound and shifting the proportions of its frame. Lucius attacked. The Necron waited for the next stimulant transition. It struck his left arm. Ceramite peeled away from wrist to shoulder. The temporary fingers were severed. The outer plate of the vambrace spun across the chamber, carrying strips of skin and muscle with it. Lucius drove the layer blade through the phasing sword's abdomen. He pulled sideways. The construct's torso divided. The upper half fell. Before it struck the floor, silver tendrils reached from both portions and drew them together. The body reformed at a lower height, legs shortening while the shoulders widened. The phasing sword returned with greater leverage. Its blade broke Lucius's guard and entered beneath his collarbone. He withdrew before it reached the heart. They came together again. Metal struck metal. Flesh opened. Living metal reformed. Lucius lost more armor. The phasing sword lost an arm. It grew another. Lucius shattered one of its legs. The construct remade the limb with a reverse joint and attacked from an angle no human body could imitate. Reflections multiplied the duel. Hundreds of Lucius figures bled across the walls. Hundreds of silver swordsmen cut them down. The trapped faces within Lucius's armor began screaming. The Blackstone could no longer silence them. Their pain rose through the damaged plates as the curse reacted to mortal danger. Mouths opened across his cuirass and greaves. Eyes bulged from the ceramite. Voices filled the chamber. Thousands layered upon thousands. The phasing sword tilted its skull. Lucius felt the armor's weapon awaken. He spread his arms. Every imprisoned soul screamed at once. Sonic force erupted from the armor of shrieking souls. The polished chamber cracked. Reflections shattered into jagged fragments. Necrodermis peeled from the walls. Blackstone beneath it split in branching lines. The phasing sword phased out. The assault passed through empty distortion. It struck the chamber. Then it returned. The sonic wave rebounded from every curved surface and entered Lucius through the gaps in his own ruined armor. His organs convulsed. One heart ruptured. Lucius dropped to a knee as blood filled his chest. The primary organ collapsed around a tear in its wall. His secondary heart accelerated to compensate, hammering hard enough to blur his vision. The phasing sword became solid before him. The lash attacked. Hooks wrapped around its arm. The Necron allowed them to tighten. Then only the captured limb phased. It passed through Lucius's cuirass, through flesh, through ribs. The arm became solid inside his chest. Bone and ceramite exploded outward. The Necron tore the limb free from its own shoulder while it remained embedded in Lucius. The severed arm lodged beneath his sternum, tangled in the lash and threaded through ribs, muscle, and exposed organs. Lucius screamed. The phasing sword formed a new weapon from its remaining hand. Lucius reached into his chest. His fingers closed around cold metal among hot meat. He pulled. The embedded limb resisted. Hooks from the lash had caught around bone and necrodermis alike. Lucius tore harder. 2 ribs came free with it. 1 pierced lung collapsed. Intestines pushed through the reopened abdominal wound. He dragged the severed Necron arm from his body and threw it aside. The lash came with it, hooks slick with blood and scraps of organ. Across the chamber, the phasing sword's body divided its plain weapon into 2 hyperphase blades. The necropolis trembled. Cracks travelled through the floor. Green fire burst from ruptured conduits. Somewhere above, Cathodos's planetary cord reached a new and murderous pitch. The walls began collapsing inward. Lucius rose. 1 heart remained. 1 lung still drew breath. His left hand was a mutilated claw. Blood ran from his mouth, his side, his thigh, and the hole torn through his chest. The phasing sword advanced. Lucius tightened his grip upon the blade of the layer. No army watched. No brother cheered. No god spoke. There were only 2 warriors and the certainty that 1 pattern would end. Lucius charged. Lucius met the paired blades with his body. The first hyperphase edge crossed beneath his raised sword and entered the cavity already torn through his ribs. The second passed over his shoulder, carving away a strip of armor and flesh before striking the collapsing wall behind him. He did not retreat. Defense had become calculation, and calculation belonged to the machine. Lucius would offer it waste instead. He drove himself forward along the weapon inside him, letting the blade shear through muscle and scrape the reinforced bones of his rib cage. Pain flared through his remaining lung. Blood rose into his throat. The phasing sword attempted to withdraw, but the lash of torment snapped around its wrist and held the arm in place. The blade of the layer cut for the Necron's skull. The phasing sword bent backward at the spine. The stroke passed above its face by less than the thickness of a fingernail. Lucius reversed the blade. The Necron changed state. Silver became green distortion. The lash's hooks slipped through empty light, and Lucius stumbled forward as the hyperphase weapon vanished from his body. The phasing sword reappeared behind him. Lucius turned before its feet completed contact with the floor. The Necron had expected a wounded retreat. Instead, it found the layer blade already descending. The sword removed part of its forearm. Living metal sprayed across the polished chamber in molten droplets, each fragment crawling back toward the damaged body. Lucius stamped upon them. Silver flattened beneath his boot. He laughed through a mouthful of blood. The phasing sword recalculated. The organic champion had ceased preserving critical structures. He presented exposed organs as traps, damaged limbs as false limitations, and mortal wounds as avenues of approach. Conventional modeling assumed an organism would protect its capacity to survive. Lucius rejected that priority whenever survival conflicted with supremacy. His self-destruction created uncertainty. Every opening could be weakness. Every weakness could be deliberate. The Necron advanced more cautiously. Lucius recognized the change and despised it. You hesitate. No, you do. Observation is not hesitation. You have learned fear and lack the courage to name it. The phasing sword struck. Lucius allowed the left-hand blade to enter his abdomen. It passed through the ruptured armor and opened him from front to back. The point emerged beside his spine, dark with blood and pieces of intestine. His body convulsed. The phasing sword began to withdraw. Lucius twisted. Corrupted ceramite folded around the blade. The lash wrapped itself across the weapon and tightened, driving its hooks through his own armor to pin the hyperphase edge inside him. The trapped faces screamed as the hooks entered them. Lucius stepped closer. The Necron's second sword rose toward his throat. He caught the metal wrist with his mutilated hand. Temporary augmetics snapped. The remaining fingers closed around cold necrodermis. Servos ground against one another. The phasing sword increased pressure until the bones beneath Lucius's palm fractured. Lucius smiled. His blade of the layer entered at the Necron's shoulder. The alien edge descended through the torso. Living metal opened in a diagonal line from shoulder to hip. Green light spilled from the wound. Internal matrices, energy conduits, and shifting structures became visible beneath the shell. The phasing sword attempted to phase. The layer blade disrupted the transition. Parts of the Necron became translucent. Others remained solid. Its body flickered between states, while the sword continued downward. Lucius tore the weapon free. The phasing sword divided. One half struck the floor. The other remained upright for less than a heartbeat before collapsing beside it. Lucius ripped the hyperphase blade from his abdomen. The motion dragged a coil of intestine through the wound. It hung across his thigh, steaming in the cold chamber. He seized the fallen Necron half by the ribs. Necrodermis flowed beneath his fingers, trying to reconnect with the severed mass. Lucius tore it away. A cluster of green-lit mechanisms came with it. The phasing sword's command core lay exposed within the ruined torso, nested inside rings of living metal. It pulsed with a cold rhythm that almost resembled a heart. Lucius placed his boot over it. "Predict this." He crushed the core. Green light burst between the plates of his greave. The mechanisms collapsed with a sound too small for the death of so ancient a thing. The phasing sword stopped moving. Its limbs lay scattered across the chamber. Silver pooled around them and lost coherence. The severed head stared upward with darkened eyes. Lucius remained standing above it. Blood ran down both legs. His abdomen hung open. The wound through his chest leaked from front and back. One arm had lost most of its armor and much of its flesh. His primary heart was already ruined. His secondary heart beat too fast, struggling to supply a body that had become a collection of fatal injuries. He forced his intestines back inside himself. Then he raised the blade of the layer. The ruined chamber reflected him in 100 fractured surfaces. No warriors cheered. No slaves wept. No brother witnessed the victory. Lucius saw himself in the broken metal and supplied the audience from memory. He bowed. Thus falls perfection's imitation. Something moved beneath his boot. Lucius looked down. The phasing sword's body had not died. Its command core had been central, but not singular. Consciousness moved through secondary matrices distributed across the separated frame. Fragments of the Necron's identity transferred along surviving conduits. Systems once devoted to weapon control, spatial analysis, and phase regulation accepted new functions. Living metal gathered. It did not attempt to restore the original body. That form had failed. The phasing sword discarded it. Damaged mass flowed away in dull silver streams. The torso narrowed. One arm shortened while the other lengthened. The legs reformed with altered joints and reduced armor. Sections of the ruined skull collapsed inward, creating a smaller cranial shell around the surviving matrices. The reconstructed Necron rose to only Lucius's shoulder. It was lighter, faster. Its balance no longer matched any configuration he had studied. Lucius watched it stand. The expression upon his ruined face became a grin. Still alive. Continuity retained. Barely. Mass was unnecessary. Lucius raised his sword in an elaborate guard. The movement belonged to the ceremonial jewels of Chemos, a posture designed as much for admiration as defense. He turned one shoulder toward the Necron, allowing blood to stream along the curve of his cuirass. "You have survived the first lesson. I confess myself impressed." The phasing sword observed the change. During the previous exchanges, Lucius had fought solely to kill. His movements had shortened. His speech had diminished. He had spent flesh without ornament and abandoned every action that did not produce advantage. Now his blade traced a glittering circle through the air. His weight settled into a formal stance. His head tilted so the unscarred portion of his face caught the chamber's green light. Performance had resumed. The invisible audience existed again. The phasing sword recorded the precise instant when survival ceased to be Lucius's highest priority. Lucius advanced through the violet crown, an old legion form whose opening flourish concealed 3 possible attacks. The Necron did not answer the flourish. It stepped inside it. Lucius altered the sequence and cut low. The phasing sword leapt over the blade, folding its legs beneath its body. One hyperphase edge struck Lucius's shoulder. The other opened his side. He turned both injuries into a spinning counterattack. The Necron passed beneath it. "Quicker," Lucius said, "but uglier. You have sacrificed elegance for function." "Correct. How proud your dead kings must be." No pride response detected. Lucius attacked again. The layer blade struck the Necron's guard and forced it back. He pressed harder. "You reduced yourself to continue, cast away half your body, surrendered form for survival. Effective adaptation. Cowardice. Terminology irrelevant." Lucius's smile tightened. The Necron retreated before a descending cut. Its smaller frame gave it less leverage, but allowed changes of direction that the earlier body could not achieve. It moved beneath Lucius's reach, striking at the damaged joints of his armor and withdrawing before the lash could respond. Lucius received another wound through the thigh. He laughed and continued. The phasing sword waited for the stimulants to cycle. Lucius's armor attempted to preserve him. Injector ports drove fresh compounds into his spine, forcing the surviving heart to beat harder. The chemicals sharpened vision, accelerated nerve conduction, and compelled damaged muscles to contract. Then came the transition. One compound reached its peak. Another had not yet taken hold. The interval lasted less than a heartbeat. The phasing sword attacked Lucius's throat. Its right-hand blade rose in a direct, visible line. Lucius recognized the feint. He smiled at its simplicity and raised the blade of the layer to parry, exactly as the Necron intended. The second hyperphase blade entered beneath Lucius's breastplate. It passed through the secondary heart. The organ burst around the edge. The blade continued into the previously ruptured primary heart, dividing what remained of its muscular wall. Blood exploded through Lucius's chest cavity. His body locked. The phasing sword's first blade changed direction before touching his throat. It passed behind Lucius. The edge entered between 2 vertebrae. It severed the spinal column. Emergency signals died between brain and body. Nerve pathways designed to continue functioning through catastrophic trauma went dark. The transhuman reflexes of the Legiones Astartes ceased below the wound. Lucius remained upright because the weapon through his chest held him there. His sword arm dropped. The blade of the layer hung from fingers that no longer understood command. The lash of torment writhed. It struck at the phasing sword, but the motion lacked Lucius's guidance. Hooks scraped across necrodermis and caught around the Necron's torso. Lucius willed his hand to close. Nothing happened. Blood flooded his remaining lung. He inhaled and drew liquid into it. A wet, choking sound emerged through his grill. Red fluid poured from his mouth, nose, and the wound where part of his cheek had been removed. The phasing sword regarded him. Critical structures terminated. Lucius tried to answer. His tongue moved within a mouth filled with blood. The words became bubbles. The lash tightened around the Necron. Its hooks found purchase beneath the reduced armor. Lucius could not move his limbs, but the demonic weapon still responded to intention. He commanded it forward. The lash contracted. Lucius's body slid along the hyperphase blade buried through his hearts. The edge opened him farther. He came closer to the phasing sword by the width of a hand. Again. The lash pulled. The blade through his chest emerged farther from his back. Blood and pieces of both hearts ran along the silver edge. The spinal wound widened as the second weapon remained lodged between the vertebrae. Lucius's fingers brushed the hilt of the blade of the layer. He ordered them to close. One finger twitched. The sword shifted against the floor. The phasing sword watched him continue. Most organics entered terminal collapse when circulation and spinal control were removed. Lucius had no functioning hearts, one flooded lung, and a severed spine. His remaining movements came from isolated nerve responses, armor servos, and the semi-independent demon bound within the lash. Still, he attempted attack. Not escape, not survival. Attack. Lucius dragged himself another fraction forward. His hand reached the sword hilt. The fingers rested against it. They did not close. Fury filled his remaining vision. The phasing sword understood the cause. Lucius was not afraid of death. He was afraid of the final movement being denied him. The Necron withdrew the blade from his spine. Lucius's body sagged around the weapon through his chest. The phasing sword removed that blade as well. Both ruined hearts emptied into the cavity. Lucius remained upright for several seconds through locked armor servos and the lash anchored around the Necron. The phasing sword cut the lash. The demon weapon fell in severed coils. Lucius began to collapse. The Necron stepped aside and made one economical stroke. The hyperphase blade passed through Lucius's neck. Armor, reinforced spine and transhuman flesh separated without resistance. His head struck the polished floor. It landed upon one cheek and rolled until his eyes faced the phasing sword. The body remained standing. Blood poured from the opened neck in slowing pulses that no longer possessed a heart to drive them. Then the armor servos failed. The corpse fell to its knees and collapsed around the severed lash. The trapped faces came alive. They laughed from the cuirass. Some screamed in triumph. Others begged Lucius to rise. Several called him by names he had not used since the Great Crusade. His head lay apart from them. Vision contracted. The chamber became a narrow circle of green light framed by blood. The phasing sword approached. Lucius tried to smile. The muscles of one side of his face responded. The other side had been cut away. Again, he whispered. The word was barely more than air moving through a severed throat. There could be no second duel. If the curse awakened, the victor would cease to exist. Its body would become Lucius. Its triumph would be stolen before he could challenge it again. If the curse failed, Lucius would remain dead. Either conclusion denied him the rematch. He rejected both. Again. The light vanished. Across the moon, the composer stopped singing. The planetary chord continued around him. Artillery thundered. Noise marines fired into the Blackstone conduits. Imperial soldiers died by the million beneath Gauss fire and demon claws. Yet something had disappeared beneath the music. A presence. A soul shaped by arrogance, pain, and impossible recurrence. The composer lowered his hands. Cathodos turned toward him. What has changed? The sorcerer looked toward the central necropolis. Lucius is silent. Cesare reached the ruined chamber alone. He passed through corridors filled with dismantled Lichguard and fragments of the phasing sword's discarded body. His auspex registered no heartbeat ahead, no armor signal, no active stimulant feed. He entered through a crack in the collapsing wall. Lucius's corpse lay at the center of the chamber. The head rested several paces from the body. The blade of the layer remained upon the floor beside an outstretched hand. The lash of torment twitched weakly among pools of blood. The phasing sword stood over him. Cesare did not approach. His reductor remained folded against his vambrace. He did not reach for the gene seed. He did not attempt resuscitation. There was nothing to preserve while the victor remained active. The Necron looked down at Lucius's severed head. It conducted the examination without haste. Cranial activity had ceased. Both hearts were destroyed. The spinal cord had been divided. Circulatory pressure was absent. The organic champion was permanently non-functional. The conclusion entered its surviving matrices. Victory, not probability, not tactical advantage, completion. The phasing sword had studied the pattern, corrected its failures, and removed the inferior combatant. The final stroke had contained no excess movement, no error, no wasted force. For one infinitesimal instant, satisfaction moved through the Necron's consciousness. Cold, pure, perfect. A thin line appeared across its metal face. It began at the brow and descended across one eye, curving toward the mouth in the shape of a human scar. The phasing sword registered the first error as contamination. No foreign machine code had entered its matrices. No Canoptech scarab had pierced its necrodermis. No viral weapon had breached the redundancies distributed throughout its reconstructed frame. Yet something moved inside it. The intrusion began beneath the scar that had appeared across its face. Temperature increased along the line. Temperature was a measurement. It possessed no emotional significance. The phasing sword had endured stellar fire, plasma discharge, and the thermal bloom of cities undergoing annihilation. This was different. It did not merely detect heat. It felt burning. The distinction entered its consciousness and disrupted 7 parallel analyses. Pain followed. The phasing sword stopped above Lucius's severed head. Its internal diagnostic lattice opened. Repair protocols swept through every surviving matrix. The scar was examined at the molecular level. Necrodermis remained structurally coherent. No fracture existed. No hostile nanostructure could be detected. The burning intensified. It spread through the metal skull. Sensor pathways began reporting pressure where no mechanical strain was present. Taste registered despite the absence of a tongue. Iron, salt, rot, blood. The phasing sword attempted to isolate the corrupted receptors. It severed them from the central lattice. Pain arrived through different systems. The chamber brightened, not through optical input, through sensation. Green light became cold against non-existent skin. The air carried the flavor of dust. The dying movements of the lash of torment produced a scraping sound that entered the phasing sword, not as vibration, but as irritation. Organic perception invaded every channel. The construct raised one hand. Its fingers trembled. That movement had not been commanded. Cesare watched from the chamber entrance. The apothecary did not advance. His helm lenses recorded the alteration while his narthecium remained lowered. The phasing sword turned toward him. Biological corruption detected. Cesare's reply was quiet. You possess no biology. Assessment acknowledged. The Necron's voice fractured on the final word. A second tone emerged beneath it. A human gasp. The fingers of its raised hand softened. Necrodermis lost cohesion, flowing not like living metal, but like meat subjected to heat. Silver surfaces darkened. Lines opened across the palm. Red fibers appeared beneath them, multiplying in twisting bundles. Muscle. The phasing sword drove a reanimation impulse through the limb. Necrodermis stripped the tissue away. For less than a heartbeat, the hand returned to metal. Then flesh erupted again. It grew faster. Data conduits writhed inside the wrist. Their crystalline filaments thickened, becoming nerves sheathed in pale tissue. Energy channels filled with fluid. Black coolant spilled through new vessels, reached the open palm, and changed color as it touched the floor. Red. The phasing sword looked down at the blood. A memory answered, not its own. Chemos beneath a poisoned sky. A sword held in a younger hand. Applause echoing through a dueling hall. A face reflected in polished steel, proud and unscarred. The memory vanished beneath dynastic archives. The phasing sword summoned the cold chronology of its existence. Tomb vaults sealing while stars burned beyond Blackstone. Enemies rising, flourishing and becoming dust before its awakening. Champions of forgotten species dying beneath its blade. Millions of movements recorded, compared and perfected. The alien memory returned through them. Fulgrim, radiance made flesh. A Primarch turning beneath banners of violet and gold, while warriors lowered their heads in adoration. The name entered the Necron's matrices like a blade. The phasing sword rejected it. Identity incursion. The words emerged wetly. Its mouth had changed. Metal teeth loosened inside a jaw swelling with muscle. A tongue pushed outward beneath them, purple and raw. The construct bit through it by accident. Blood flooded its new mouth. Taste intensified. The phasing sword staggered. Its internal reactors pulsed out of sequence. One central energy core split into two masses. They were not mechanisms. They contracted. The first beat sent black fluid through forming arteries. The second beat followed with greater force. Two hearts. One primary, one secondary. The classification came from Lucius. The phasing sword attempted to erase it. Lucius laughed inside the command lattice. The sound possessed no location. It traveled through every memory, every tactical archive, and every surviving matrix. You were magnificent. The phasing sword initiated total reanimation. Green light burst from its body. Necrodermis crawled inward, stripping away flesh, collapsing veins and replacing muscle with metal. The new hearts were crushed beneath reforming armor. Bones softened into silver frameworks. For an instant, the transformation reversed. Then something beyond the chamber noticed. The Blackstone walls cracked. A low sound moved through the royal necropolis. Laughter. It did not travel through air. The null chamber denied the warp, suppressed sorcery, and smothered the voices imprisoned within demon flesh. The laughter entered anyway. It rolled through the stone as a decision imposed upon reality. Green hieroglyphs dimmed. Black stone split in branching lines. Suspended warriors throughout the neighboring galleries twitched within their stasis fields. Caesar stepped back. The phasing sword searched for a source and found none that could be measured. This was not infection, not possession in any mechanical sense, not the transfer of consciousness from corpse to victor. It was judgment without law. A god had found amusement in one infinitesimal moment of satisfaction. The universe was being corrected to preserve the joke. The phasing sword's reanimation protocols failed simultaneously. Flesh returned. It spread across the frame in violent layers. Metal ribs expanded beneath slabs of muscle. Mechanical joints ground against bones, growing too quickly around them. The legs lengthened. The torso broadened. Cables twisted into veins and burst beneath the pressure, spraying the chamber with fluid that changed from black to crimson before striking the floor. The construct fell to one knee. Its fingers became human. Nails pushed from metal tips. Then the hand swelled beyond human proportion, bones thickening, tendons reinforcing, flesh becoming that of the Legion's Astartes. The nails split and tore away. Blackened gauntlet plates grew over the exposed fingers. The phasing sword struck its transforming hand against the floor. Cease! The voice had become Lucius's, scarred, cultivated, furious. The Necron answered from beneath it. Continuity retained. Lucius laughed through the same mouth. For now, memories flooded the dying matrices. The Great Crusade unfolded in fragments, worlds kneeling beneath the Imperial Aquila, compliance achieved through orbital fire, the Third Legion advancing in perfect ranks while mortal populations stared upward in worship and terror. Then Istvan, brother killing brother beneath a sky full of burning ships, Saul Tarvitz raising a weapon, Garviel Loken advancing through ash. Lucius's hatred came with the images, immediate and intimate. The phasing sword attempted to reduce each memory to tactical record. The emotions resisted classification. Pride became heat. Jealousy became pressure behind newly forming eyes. Humiliation became a wound deeper than any blade could reach. Sharokin, a black sword, death arriving with impossible speed. Sirius, another victor, another face swallowed into the curse. Thousands followed. Human killers, Astartes killers, Xenos killers, warriors who had felt triumph, relief, pride, or the briefest satisfaction before their flesh rebelled against them. The phasing sword experienced every transformation at once. It understood what awaited it. No. The denial emerged from a mouth now fully organic. Lucius answered inside. Yes. Aeons of Necron memory rose in defense. The phasing sword showed the intruder dead sons, dynastic wars and royal courts preserved beneath worlds whose species had not yet climbed from oceans. It summoned duels conducted before mankind's ancestors possessed language. It unfolded weapon patterns no organic mind could hold without collapse. Lucius consumed them as sensation. He did not understand their mathematics. He did not need to. Ancient victories became flavor. Cold starlight became pleasure. The phasing sword's identity became another exquisite texture entering the awareness of the Dark Prince's chosen amusement. The Necron tried to hide within secondary matrices. Lucius followed. It transferred into phase regulators. Lucius filled them with memories of pain. It retreated into targeting archives. Lucius placed his own scarred face inside every recorded enemy. It fragmented itself across redundant nodes. Each fragment found the same laughter waiting. The body convulsed. The phasing sword's shoulders broke outward as black ceramite grew beneath splitting necrodermis. Bone pushed through metal. Muscle wrapped itself around exposed mechanisms and crushed them. The skull lengthened. One eye became flesh before the other. The organic eye opened. It saw Caesar standing across the chamber. The apothecary regarded the transformation without reverence. That anger belonged to Lucius. The remaining metal eye recorded the same image. That caution belonged to the phasing sword. For a brief moment, both occupied the body. Two patterns, one face. Then necrodermis flowed across the torso. It should have repaired the Necron. Instead, it twisted into armor. Violet and black plates emerged from liquid silver. Baroque ridges rose over the shoulders. Hooks, chains, and screaming mouths pushed outward from the cuirass. Faces appeared beneath the surface as bulges in heated metal. One opened its eyes, then another. The imprisoned killers returned with the armor. They screamed as they took shape. Some begged for release. Some cursed Lucius. Some laughed because they recognized the new soul entering their prison. A metallic face formed above the left side of the breastplate. It possessed narrow green eyes and the smooth, inhuman features of the phasing sword. The mouth opened. No sound emerged at first. Lucius forced the body upright. The remaining shell of the Necron split along the spine. Flesh pushed through it. He tore himself free with both hands, ripping open necrodermis as though clawing his way from the belly of a metal beast. Black fluid covered his face. Shards of living metal lodged in his throat and lungs. He inhaled, half-formed lungs filled with blood and fragments. Lucius collapsed onto both hands. He vomited. Black liquid struck the floor first. Silver splinters followed, mixed with clots of meat. A strip of data conduit emerged from his mouth like a parasite. He seized it between two fingers and pulled until it came free from behind his tongue. The primary heart beat once. It stopped. The secondary heart struck harder. Blood moved through the new body. The primary heart shuddered and resumed. Lucius raised his head. His face had returned in all its ruin. Scars crossed the flesh in familiar patterns, though several had shifted. One ran from brow to mouth along the line first formed upon the phasing sword's metal skull. His missing ear had regrown as a twisted remnant. Broken teeth filled his mouth in irregular rows. He smiled at Caesar. "Did you miss me?" Movement filled the chamber. Necron portals ignited along the walls. Lichguard entered first, followed by immortals and ranks of warriors. Their command lattice registered the figure before them as contamination, stolen necrodermis, and dynastic abomination. Gauss weapons rose. Lucius had no sword. The blade of the lair lay beside his severed former head. The lash of torment twitched near the old corpse. The Necrons fired. Lucius moved. The first gorse beam stripped armor from his shoulder. Black ceramite became glowing particles. Flesh beneath it began to dissolve before the restored armor crawled across the wound. He seized a broken hyperphase blade from the floor. The weapon had belonged to the phasing sword's discarded body. It recognized his grip for one fraction of a heartbeat. Lucius entered the Lichguard line. He cut beneath the first shield and removed both legs. The construct fell. Lucius caught its tower shield, turned it sideways, and drove the edge through a warrior's throat. An immortal fired at close range. Lucius pulled the fallen Lichguard into the beam. Necrodermis stripped away in layers. He hurled the disintegrating body at the shooter. The corpse struck hard enough to break the immortal's weapon arm. Lucius caught the arm and tore it free. Metal tendons snapped. Green light sprayed from the joint. He reversed the severed limb and drove its sharpened fingers through another Necron's eye sockets. The claws burst from the back of the skull. "Wasteful stance," Lucius said. The metallic face in his armor screamed. The words belonged to it. Lucius laughed. A Lichguard thrust toward his chest. He stepped aside, trapped the blade beneath his arm and bit into the construct's neck. Teeth met living metal. He tore away a command node with his mouth. Green energy burned his tongue. He spat the mechanism into the face of an advancing warrior and crushed its skull with the stolen shield. Caesar moved at last. He crossed the chamber beneath Gauss fire and reached the old corpse. The blade of the layer lay beside Lucius's severed hand. The apothecary seized it. "Lucius!" The reborn swordsman did not turn. Caesar threw the blade. It crossed the chamber end over end. Lucius released the broken hyperphase weapon and raised his hand. The blade of the layer entered his grip without his eyes leaving the enemy. The alien sword whispered. The sound carried recognition. Across the floor, the lash of torment awoke. Its severed coils dragged themselves through pools of blood. Hooks bit into the stone and pulled. The weapon moved like an injured serpent, gathering its torn lengths as it approached. A warrior stepped upon it. The lash wrapped around the metal ankle, climbed the leg and entered the knee joint. It tore the construct down and continued crawling. Lucius extended his left arm. The lash climbed him. Its demon flesh fused to the armor. Hooks flowered along its recovering length. The weapon coiled around his vambrace and shuddered with pleasure. Lucius stood complete, sword in one hand, whip in the other, the armor of shrieking souls alive around him. Caesar observed the restored figure with the expression of a surgeon confirming that an unstable weapon remained functional. Lucius looked toward the advancing tomb guard. "Now," he said, "we correct their manners." He charged. The blade of the layer opened the first immortal from shoulder to hip. The lash tore weapons from 3 warriors and turned them upon one another. Caesar followed, bolt pistol firing into damaged nodes while his reductor harvested anything that appeared useful. Together they drove the Necrons from the chamber. Lucius killed without delay. No ornamental wounds, no prolonged humiliation. The phasing sword's residual knowledge moved within him. He saw the cadence of Necron firing protocols before the weapons rose. He knew where command impulses traveled through a formation. He cut nodes he had never understood before dying. The advantage enraged him. It proved the conquered pattern remained inside him. They reached the royal corridor. Lucius stopped beneath the suspended legions. The metallic face pushed outward from his cuirass. Its mouth opened. This time, sound emerged. Not words. A continuous mechanical scream. Lucius lowered his gaze toward it. "There you are!" The green eyes fixed upon him. "You promised an ending," Lucius said. "You claimed one pattern would remain." The trapped face strained against the armor. "Come out then. Take shape. Hold your blade. We will begin again." The face could only scream. Lucius pressed the point of the blade of the layer against its cheek. "I intended that death." Every other face upon the armor became still. Then they laughed. The sound filled the corridor. Human mouths. Astartes mouths. Xenos mouths. Voices collected across ages of stolen victories. They knew the lie because they had all seen the final stroke. The phasing sword had killed him. Cleanly. Perfectly. Lucius had not chosen the blade through his hearts. He had not intended the severed spine. He had not permitted decapitation as part of some hidden strategy. He had lost. The curse had erased his killer before Lucius could defeat it in return. No rematch could cleanse the wound. No victory could change what had happened. The metallic face screamed louder as the other souls laughed. Lucius drove the sword point through its mouth. The armor cracked. Green light bled around the blade. The face remained. When Lucius withdrew the weapon, metal flowed across the wound and restored every feature. The laughter continued. Lucius turned toward the surface. Beyond kilometers of Blackstone, the moon still died in Cathodos's music. Armies still fed the tomb. The phase engines remained exposed. The Faultless still waited for command. Lucius began walking. He carried his victory like a crown. He carried his defeat where every enemy could see it. Lucius returned to the surface carrying his own severed head by the hair. The face had stiffened in death. One eye remained open, its glaze reflecting the emerald light of the royal necropolis. The other had collapsed beneath a cut running from brow to cheek. Dried blood blackened the throat where the phasing sword's blade had passed through reinforced bone, transhuman muscle, and corrupted ceramite with one flawless stroke. Lucius dragged it behind him as he climbed. The old skull struck every stair. Teeth broke loose. Skin tore against blackstone. By the time he reached the upper gate, the head had become a battered trophy wearing his features. The war welcomed him with thunder. Cathodos's planetary cord rolled through the foundations. Imperial artillery tore valleys from the surface. Gauss beams burned through the poisoned atmosphere, and dying engines screamed from every continent. The Faultless had established their command position within the carcass of an Imperial Leviathan transport. Its armoured hull lay split across a ridge overlooking the exposed phase conduits. Vox arrays rose from its ruptured spine. Command hololiths flickered amid the remains of the mortal crew, projecting tactical runes over bodies still strapped into their stations. Lucius entered through a breach in the flank. Arguments ceased. The warband had begun dividing in his absence. Tormentors guarded ammunition stores from other tormentors. Infractors crouched beside the exits with weapons drawn, their stimulant-starved bodies twitching beneath damaged plate. Surviving flawless blades stood around the command dais, each of them positioned close enough to seize it when confirmation of Lucius's death arrived. Several had already abandoned their assigned objectives. One champion wore a cloak fashioned from the banners of Lucius's household. He had taken the high command throne and rested a bliss blade across his knees. Lucius threw the severed head onto the strategium. It struck the hololithic projector and rolled through the image of the dying moon. The champion rose. Every helm turned toward Lucius. The newly formed armor of shrieking souls glistened with blood and necrodermis. Faces moved beneath its plates. The metallic countenance of the phasing sword pushed from his cuirass, green eyes burning amid mouths that wept, laughed, and prayed. The champion stared from the severed head to the living face above Lucius's gorget. "You died." Lucius approached the command throne. "I improved." The warrior's hand tightened around his bliss blade. "How do we know the thing before us is Lucius?" The lash of torment crossed the chamber. Its hooks entered through the champion's eye lenses. Lucius pulled. The front of the helm came away with most of the face inside it. The warrior staggered, hands clawing at exposed bone and ruined sockets. Lucius caught him by the throat. I would have asked a more intelligent question. He drove the blade of the layer beneath the breastplate and opened the legionary from abdomen to sternum. Organs spilled across the command throne. One heart remained beating in the exposed cage of the chest. Lucius tore it free and crushed it against the warrior's mouth. The champion died standing. Lucius pushed the corpse from the dais and sat in the blood it left behind. "Does anyone else require proof?" The Faultless lowered their weapons. Command returned through terror. The composer entered carrying a staff made from linked vertebrae and mechanicus cabling. Cathodos followed, the amplifiers upon his armor humming with the dying moon's pulse. Caesara came last, moving with the controlled exhaustion of a warrior whose armor contained more repairs than original plating. Lucius placed one hand against the metallic face upon his cuirass. It tried to withdraw into the armor. He forced his fingers into its mouth. Green light bled around his gauntlet. "Show me," he said. The face screamed. Images entered his mind. A chamber beneath the continental nexus. Rings of blackstone rotating around a core that existed in several dimensions at once. Phase conduits stretching through the moon's mantle like nerves. stabilizer vaults maintaining the tomb's relationship with real space, command matrices directing the awakening armies and linking them to the fleet overhead. The knowledge was fragmented. The phasing sword resisted. Lucius smiled as pressure built behind his eyes. "Composer," the sorcerer approached. "Extract the location. It is not language. Then teach it suffering until it becomes language." The composer pressed both hands against the metallic face. Warp light gathered around his fingers and died against the blackstone knowledge trapped within it. He began again, forcing sorcery through Lucius's armor and into the imprisoned Necron identity. The face convulsed. Its scream changed pitch. Lucius experienced the torment from both sides. The armor carried the phasing sword's pain into him, while the Dark Prince transformed that pain into a sweetness crawling beneath his skin. The composer tore coordinates from the scream. Hololithic runes appeared above the strategium. A three-dimensional image of the necropolis formed, showing the exposed conduits, the stabilizers, and the central phase engine buried beneath the war. Caesar examined it. "The engine can still be seized." "No," Lucius said. "It could restore the diadem. It may permit stable translation without entering the warp. With functioning conduits, we could withdraw the surviving armor and preserve the warband." Lucius looked at the face in his cuirass. The phasing sword stared back. "We are not preserving anything." He rose from the command throne. "Tormentors will hold the eastern approach and pin the Necron phalanxes against the exposed vaults. Every surviving Predator, Land Raider, and Vindicator joins them." Caesare understood first. "You intend to overload the engine. Infractors will storm the phase conduits. They will carry sonic charges into the stabilizer galleries. They will not return. They were not asked to." Cathodos leaned toward the hololith. "And the lucid circle?" Lucius indicated the stabilizers surrounding the core. "Every functioning sonic weapon will fire upon these structures at your command." Cathodos's grill opened with a rising metallic chord. "You offer me the death of a world. I offer you the final note." The Imperial assault began before the Faultless completed deployment. The remaining armies of the Crusade advanced toward the same nexus. Guard regiments emerged from trenches in masses too large for the eye to contain. Tanks moved among them, some missing turrets, others dragging broken tracks, all forced forward by commanders who understood that retreat offered only a slower death. Skitarii maniples marched through radiation and fire, their weapons discharged in disciplined volleys, while data hymns pulsed across Binharic channels. Imperial knights strode above them, thermal cannons turning monoliths into molten ruins. Space Marines led the breach. Their gunships descended through Gauss fire. Drop pods struck the outer necropolis, disgorging warriors in scorched power armor. They formed around shattered banners and advanced beneath volleys that erased battle brothers, one glowing layer at a time. The Imperial commanders believed the phase engine would awaken the entire tomb. They intended to destroy it before that could happen. They did not understand that Lucius wanted them inside the defenses. He allowed them to break the outer line. Tormentors yielded fortifications in measured stages. Necron warriors advanced to reclaim the abandoned ground. Imperial armor followed, believing the mechanical legions were retreating toward the core. All three armies compressed around the nexus. Lucius gave the order. The Faultless closed from both flanks. The battlefield became a grinding mouth. Gauss fire stripped entire battalions into luminous dust. Men vanished from boots upward, watching their legs dissolve before the beams reached their torsos. Tanks lost armor in glowing sheets, leaving crew exposed within skeletal hulls. Imperial artillery fired into the crush. Shells pulped cultists and Necrons together. Bodies rose in red clouds. Armor fragments tore through packed ranks. One barrage landed among a Skitarii cohort and scattered mechanical limbs, preserved brains and coils of intestine across the Blackstone approaches. Noise Marines answered. Sonic weapons liquefied men inside sealed armor. Space Marines remained upright after the first pulse, blood leaking from gorgets and eye lenses. The second note ruptured their organs. The third turned their reinforced skeletons into vibrating fragments within intact ceramite shells. Demon engines climbed over mountains of dead. One brass crawler dragged itself across a mound of guardsmen, furnace mouth opening and closing as it consumed bodies. Arms and heads protruded between its teeth until inner flames reduced them to blackened pieces. A damaged monolith descended after losing control of its gravitic systems. It crushed Imperial tanks, Necron warriors, and Emperor's children beneath its failing bulk. Living metal folded around the obstruction, trapping screaming men inside the structure before its portal collapsed and divided them across incompatible dimensions. Lucius entered the battle from the hull of a land raider. Newly restored flesh moved beneath newly formed armor. The memories of the phasing sword remained inside him, bleeding through every scream from the metallic face. He saw the battle as the Necron had seen it. Vectors, firing cadence, structural weakness, the contraction of muscle before violence. Lucius despised the knowledge. He used all of it. There were no flourishes, no offered wounds, no prolonged humiliations. The lash of torment swept through an Imperial trench and emptied it in one arc. Hooks caught soldiers through throats, groins and eye sockets, pulling dozens from cover and scattering their opened bodies beneath the Land Raiders' tracks. Lucius leapt into the trench. The blade of the layer passed through flak armor, flesh and ferrocrete. Men came apart around him. One officer raised a power sword and began an oath. Lucius removed his head before the first sentence ended. A space marine charged from the smoke. Lucius recognized the shift in the warrior's rear foot, the angle of the bolter, and the intended transition from gunfire to blade. He stepped through the attack. The layer blade entered beneath the loyalist's arm, crossed both hearts, and emerged through the opposite pauldron. Lucius tore it upward, opening the space marine to the throat. He used the falling body as cover against Gauss fire. The Necron volley stripped the corpse layer by layer. Lucius moved during the firing correction and reached the phalanx before the next discharge. The lash dragged the first warrior sideways. The sword divided the second. Lucius severed command nodes, shattered weapon arms, and kicked damaged bodies beneath advancing Imperial tanks before resurrection protocols could restore them. The metallic face in his cuirass screamed warnings. He ignored some, obeyed others. Each successful strike carried the bitterness of borrowed understanding. He reached the stabilizer approaches as the infractors stormed the conduits. They ran beneath enough combat stimulants to rupture their hearts. Several were already dying. Blood poured from their armor joints. One warrior's secondary heart burst while he sprinted, but momentum carried him forward until Gauss fire erased his torso. The survivors carried sonic charges against their chests. They entered the vaults. Green light swallowed them. A moment later, explosions rippled through the buried conduits. Cathados felt the first stabilizer fail. He stood with the lucid circle upon the remains of an Imperial knight. Cables linked every functioning blastmaster across the battlefield. Noise Marines fired from ruins, tank hulls, trenches, and broken towers. Some had lost legs and been bolted into position. Others possessed no arms beyond the weapon systems fused to their torsos. Cathodos raised one claw. The battle's sounds entered him. Artillery thunder, aircraft shrieks, Gauss pulses, dying infantry, the groan of Blackstone under strain. He found the note beneath them all. "Now," he said. The lucid circle fired as one. The sonic wave crossed the nexus. Millions of eardrums ruptured. Guardsmen fell clutching their heads as blood burst from mouths and eyes. Skitari cranial housings split. Space Marines dropped to their knees while organs became slurry inside their armor. Necron bodies cracked. Blackstone stabilizers shattered. The phase engine awakened in pain. Sections of the moon began folding into dimensions that could not contain them. A mountain narrowed into a vertical line and vanished. An Imperial army stretched across the sky as a sheet of flesh, metal and fire before being drawn through itself. Necron vaults opened onto impossible distances, spilling warriors into spaces where direction had no meaning. The Composer tore open a path through the warp. Purple light split the battlefield. Surviving Storm Eagles, Dreadclaws and corrupted gunships descended toward the extraction zones. The remaining faultless fought toward them, while the moon collapsed beneath their boots. Lucius boarded last. He stood upon the ramp of a Storm Eagle as the Nexus imploded. The lash held a dying tormentor around the waist, dragging him aboard. When the warrior's ruined body caught against the hatch, Lucius cut him in half rather than delay departure. The aircraft climbed. Continents sheared apart below. Imperial battleships fell from orbit as gravity twisted around the phase engine. Their hulls stretched, broke and disappeared into the widening wound. Billions of soldiers, Necrons, servitors, mutants and laborers vanished with the surface. The diadem waited beyond the atmosphere, burning from prow to stern. The Composer's path carried the surviving craft through ruptured reality and into its launch bays. Caesar found Lucius before the Strategium viewport. The damaged ship trembled around them. Fires burned through the mortal decks. Servitors dragged bodies from ruptured corridors, while surviving slaves sealed breaches with sheets of metal and their own crushed remains. The faultless are reduced to a fraction of their strength, Caesar said. Lucius watched the moon die. Fractions remain numbers. We lost most of the armor. The lucid circle is nearly destroyed. The diadem may not survive translation. Then it will survive through spite. Caesar looked at the collapsing world. Was it worth the cost? The dead existed to witness my triumph. The metallic face upon Lucius's cuirass began to laugh. His hand tightened around the blade of the layer. Caesar heard the sound. He said nothing. Later, Lucius stood alone before the armor glass. The moon near Damnos had become an imploding wound, its continents folding inward around green and violet light. The final Vox channels still carried screams from armies trapped within the distortion. Lucius pressed a heated blade against the metallic face. Its features melted. He struck it with a hammer. The armor dented. He drove the blade of the layer through its mouth and twisted until green fire ran down his cuirass. Each time, the face reformed. Its eyes opened. "I killed you," it whispered. Lucius stabbed it again. "I killed you." He burned the mouth away. "I killed you." He hammered it flat. "I killed you." The words continued from within the armor. A chime sounded behind him. The Composer's voice entered the chamber through the Vox. An intercepted transmission names a champion beyond the Damnos reaches. Undefeated in 200 recorded engagements. The Imperium is redirecting a crusade toward him. Lucius stopped striking the face. the dying moon reflected across his scars. Set a course. The engines may fail, then flog the machine priests until failure becomes afraid. The diadem turned away from the collapsing world. Behind it, the last screams from Damnos faded into silence. Lucius watched the stars shift. Beneath his hand, the eternal wound began laughing again.